So we back at it again. I'm gonna turn off the fan for a split sec. I'm gonna turn down my music for a split sec. There we go. Alright, so we're back at it today. I'm just gonna continue right off what I was doing. Basically, continuing off with my questionnaire for Claude. Just gonna hop right in because it is 2:50 and I want to finish at least 100 questions today. Let's see if we can do that. Alrighty. I was not recording. Holy shit. Alright. Basically, the goal is to finish this today. That much at the very least. Ideally, here. This would put me at a nice spot. Right here. I think this is possible at the very least. If I can finish this much, this is not that big of a deal. These questions are probably super easy. This is like super easy. These are probably just based around what each column is. Alright, let's get started. Okie dokie. Let's get moving with these questions. Let's continue with the questionnaire. I need my glasses. I need my music to go up too, actually. So this is functional. Why is this in trash UI handlers? That's the... This is functional. Why is there... Why is this in... Why is this in trash UI handlers? This should be in the other one, the trash utilities. What is the function of the delayed trash check overall? I mean, honestly... Oh, fuck, dude, it's not working. Why isn't it in the other trash.py file? That's kind of weird. That's my first thing that I'm noticing from that. Number two, yeah, you're right. It doesn't really need an SFTP connection. What is the purpose of delayed trash check overall in relation to the other functions? Where is it being called? I think this was like old infrastructure. I don't think this is something that's actually like current. I think this could be replaced. All right, that should not be creating... I guess it's like a create... Oh, fuck. Okay, so I think this should be a ticket. It's like a safety, essentially, for checking if the trash exists. So it's like basically like a double check. I mean, it's already being created on application boot. There's a function that actually creates the trash folder, and I actually don't even think it's the one that is called create trash folder. Where is that one? Where does that one exist? Like, where is it called from? If it's from itself, that's concerning, because there's another SFTP function that is currently creating the folder. Either way, both of these are going to be replaced by the watchdog and should be added to both the watchdog creation SFTP function ticket, as well as have its own ticket, and then have the ticket be referenced in the other function, just so this is something that we know that should be taken out. I feel smarter when I have my glasses. I don't remember what the number is. You have to look it up in the tickets. Why are you deleting tickets? Oh. All good to go, and let's go to question 2. So that is something that needs to be rebuilt entirely. Holy shit, I completely forgot I built that. First of all, there should be some sort of trash option that's visible within the trash folder when you select the trash folder that has an X amount of days. And also maybe even having like a little like timer next to each item that has the overall amount of days left. That might be worth adding a watchdog countdown timer as well, where every day it just subtracts one number. Like basically it should be added to the overall file table from the database, where basically it has a column that is also like amount of days in trash, so it's like deleted from and days left. And then after that, it should be like a variable that is set within the actual trash folder. So then you can have that be set and then be able to And then it would basically just delete, like remove the amount of days from, it would add that many days the second that it gets placed in the trash bin, and then after that it counts down. But then if like the people don't want to have a timer, they can click a box that unchecks it basically, and would make it so there's no timer, and it would remove the timers for all the files simultaneously. That's a whole system within itself that needs to be designed. I feel like it needs to be way more than just like a simple little fucking, because then you also have to coordinate. It's like how are you telling the time? How is that determined? How many days are left? All that sort of stuff. And I think I answered it. And also being able to turn off the timer entirely. And then being able to show on the UI how many days are left per file next to the actual file name. Only on the front end though, not by changing the actual file name. So that's like a whole other UI element that needs to be added on top of that. Like 3 UI elements now. So it's like a checkbox, a fucking timer that's editable, and then like the actual amount of days that are left, and then what actually states how many days are left. Do you restart the timer for all of them if you change the date? I think that would honestly be the cleanest approach. And like the amount of days that are left, it's like, you know, it's every single, like, how do you determine that? What's keeping track of time? What is all that sort of stuff? It's like I think maybe like some sort of cron trigger where if 24 hours passed, where the second that it was, yeah, every 24-hour chunk of time since it would add the amount of time that was selected when it's added into the trash bin. Then it would subtract every single day. That's a 24-hour block. Not from the time that it's inserted, but it could just be its own clock. You know, it could just literally be every day at fucking 12 a.m. -1 days. So it's like if you put it in at 11:59 and it was in the trash at 11:59, at 12 a.m. it'd be -1, even though it's already been like 1 minute. Technically that's 1 day. I think that's like the cleanest approach for now, at least. There could be a more robust system in the future, but I think that's like a good starting point at the very least. I have like the elements that I need in the variables, and then some UI elements. But yeah, I think that's how that should work. That's like a whole system that needs to be replaced, and then coordinating that with the actual watchdog to actually do the tasks of adding. They would add the to-do list item to delete the file in the watchdog, like coordination and action list, that's a whole other ticket that currently exists. Look that up. But I think that there would be something worth adding to that ticketing system. To that system. That's actually handled by Move Coordinator currently. You can actually see that. You can actually see that in the actual function Move Coordinator in SFTP. Dude, what the fuck is happening with this goddamn tool? You can actually see in one of the SFTP files, it's not the backend, it's the other one, not the connection one either, it's the third one. Basically, what it does is it coordinates that, but I believe it actually handles the restored selected item if it doesn't exist anymore. I believe that it should actually just place it in home. That is the current, if it doesn't exist, then it just sets it home as the destination. It also has an error message that says the location doesn't exist anymore. And just places it is going to be placing it at home. I believe that's the flow for that. Nah, you're right. It's in there. Then I guess I actually kept it inside of the restore function itself. I think that's a good clean cut from the other one, just because that is populating it with like the actual function with the actual destination, and then it goes to. Then after that, it should go to the move coordinator actually. Ah, that's what it was. If the original parent is gone, the original location button is grayed out. That's what it was. You're right. And then it's like you could pick root drive or pick a new location, and then it would basically go to the move coordinator right after if it's no longer available. That makes sense. I totally forgot. Because I believe that should be collected by the move coordinator. Isn't that the case? All of it, like all conflict resolution, should be resolved by the move coordinator. So it coordinates all, it actually stores all the variables, it stores everything in relation to the actual move function for the conflict that is occurring, and then actually moves it to execute queue. Quick question about question 4, actually. Could that be made cleaner, potentially? quick question about question 4. Actually, is it easier? I mean, not easier. Cleaner. Is it cleaner to just is there a cleaner way to set that up? Because I feel like it's going between too many UI elements, or is that actually the simplest approach? And is UI conflict resolver only for move to trash, or is it for restore as well? So it's like it's not really a conflict resolver, it's actually more like UI prompts. So it's essentially the UI prompts then. Essentially the UI prompts then. I swear to God, dude, what the fuck is happening? Essentially the UI prompts themselves for the actual conflicts. I mean, then it's not really a conflict resolver, it's more like a trash prompter. Maybe put in a ticket to actually change the name of that, if that makes more sense. I think that, yeah, the having a rename would be nice. And yeah, having, yeah, both, having also B as well, so A and B. Having like a little note on the side saying that it's used for both, but like the prompts for both. It's all trash handling, I mean all trash UI prompts for the user, yeah, absolutely. And it's basically like a prompt ingestion, prompt output and user ingestion for the actual decisions. It's like the actual user decisions themselves. It used to be an actual conflict resolver, I think, but it was restructured to be centralized around Move Coordinator. What is the expected behavior if a user selects no on the move to trash confirmation? Then the item remains. I mean, that's literally what it is. It is what that is. Exactly. The fuck? Why are you asking me about that? That's not that hard to deduce. But I guess it is asking me about everything, so. How does the permanent delete confirmation distinguish between items originally deleted by the user versus... It doesn't. First of all, is it doesn't. Oh wait, no. Confirm permanent delete. Confirmed permanent delete is basically the safety system for what is deleted by the user. It doesn't, like within itself, it does not actually do the delete. The permanent delete should be an SFTP action, and there should be a ticket for that currently. If it's not like that, I think it's using rm minus rf, like the bash command, like through SSH, instead of an actual SFTP command. So there's a ticket for that right now, but it's basically that confirmed permanent delete is a double layered safety for confirming that you actually want to delete. There should also be a ticket regarding that right now as well, where I also added to have like a little click box to make it more challenging to actually delete the file, where basically it's just like an extra safety. But that's how it determines the difference. I mean, permanent delete is just a function that deletes, but the actual distinguishing factor is the fact that you have those prompts, and you have 2 layers of prompts to actually basically be able to say that it was done by the user. That's within the actions themselves. You don't need to log the actions at all for that. That makes no sense. Maybe you should, though. I kind of wanted to do that, but I feel like you're going to end up with a lot of useless database entries. But then you could also put like a limit on the dates that it shows. So it's like 90 days or something like that, where it's like after 90 days it gets removed. And I mean, I'm making the other timer for the actual deletes anyway, so might as well just start up a fresh timer, use it from the single source of truth in relation to that timer function, and then you can just reuse that there. I mean, now I found a secondary use for it. Let's kind of go that direction, actually. Let's add a ticket for that too. Let's go in that direction, but basically that is the distinguishing factor, though, in relation to the other question that you're asking. That is the UI prompts themselves. But then again, and then we can use that for the database or the deleted database. So then that way a user can know if they deleted a file within the last 90 days, they can keep track of those records. Or even 1 year, to be honest. Fuck it, right? I mean, it's just string data. Unless they're like jam-packing the fucking thing with like millions of files, at which point then it would actually be a problem. But then you could just have, like, you could just show the first, or even not even have it based on time. Just show like the last, like 1,000 files or something like that that have been deleted. That way you can actually see what's been deleted. It doesn't even have to be tied to a timer, actually. second. You have a bunch of questions here. Oh, shit. Nice. Yeah. They should be using the delete function, like a centralized delete function that is global to all delete functions within the actual repository. It should not have its own separate set of delete functions. It's simply just delete. They are SFTP actions, that's great to know, but it should be the SFTP actions that actually exist within the SFTP files that I have, where it's a collection of SFTP actions. That way it's pulling from the same function instead of having multiple. That's the whole point of having modular code. There should be something like that, but honestly, this is also ties to the actual watchdog system that we're talking about in the other files, in the other functions actually, in the other ones, where basically like all those actions, the watchdog actions are going to be tied to that watchdog execute list essentially. So this could be one of those things that's added to that as well. And this is another area that utilizes an SFTP action that needs to be wired towards that new watchdog system and database. Wait, but it's going to be writing through the watchdog too. Ha! Interesting. Here's a general question about threading here, real quick. Can you have one thread doing multiple things simultaneously, or is it all purely linear? Could you have race conditions if you have a single thread doing multiple things simultaneously with uncorrelated functions specifically? That's my specific question. Oh, that's lovely that the buttons already are centralized. That's great. All right, cool. But yeah, that's my general question there. I'm gonna wait for it to finish this. Is the double check confirmation triggered for all permanent deletes or only when specific conditions are met? The double check confirmation is triggered for all permanent deletes that are triggered by the user, without a doubt. I just realized that I'm gonna need super safeties if there are, no wait, yeah. One more thing to mention for the watchdog system, there has to be a super safety involved where anything the watchdog deletes is not actually deleting, it's always moving to the trash. Unless it already exists in the trash and it's basically deleting the file automatically in relation to the timer that is set by the user. And then maybe even have like some sort of warning system for the user, like the next time they open the application, where they're like, hey, just so you know, today we're going to be dumping X files, you know, so then that way they have that kind of a notification just in case. But yeah, the double check is the confirmation is triggered for all permanent deletes that are triggered by the user. Once again. So the actual Watchdog database of deleted files is the one that I was going through between different variants. When I was going through time-based, count-capped, and doesn't have to be tied to a timer. So that was, I decided it doesn't have to be, it's count-capped. It doesn't have to be tied to a timer. But that is the deleted files audit log. Like the files that were deleted, how it was deleted, all that sort of stuff. That's like a whole different table that needs to be designed, and deletion systems and all that sort of stuff, and like in relation to the watchdog that's going to be created for this, because I'm re-coordinating the entire system from the ground up there. It should be its own ticket and should be referenced within the actual watchdog systems for that stuff. That would be ideal. The one that actually is remaining time-based is the actual action of the deletion through the watchdog when the timer runs out, right? So that's the only one that actually has a time-based variable and is tracked. But automating that system, I don't know about doing it by Watchdog. I think it might be through cron on some level. I just thought of a better architecture for that. I actually thought of a better architecture for the actual auto delete. Honestly, I think we should handle it through cron. Of a better architecture for that, instead of delete, I think it should actually be done through cron instead of the watchdog, because I trust cron. It's tried and tested, versus the watchdog might, in auto deletion of timing and all that sort of stuff, basically have cron. You can add a little column as well, I guess, where it's like deleted on this date, and then it gets populated with a certain amount of days. And if days exist, then it subtracts it from that date, and then it does the delete. But here's the thing: if you uncheck it, it removes the days from all the files within the actual trash, and then that would turn off cron essentially, because it's not actually tracked at that point. Something along the lines of that. I still have to design that part, but I think that we're solid there to add a little bit of that to that ticket in particular. For file size and modification time embedded rather than using the actual shared utility function. What? Wait a minute. Why is the formatting logic for file size and modification time embedded in the resolve file conflict? Ah, there we go. That is a very valid point. That is old architecture, my friend, and we need to rebuild that and restructure it to be built around share utility function. Yep, absolutely. That should exist as an SFTP function on the backend, like potentially SFTP backend.py. Potentially, that would be the best location for that because you're pulling metadata from specific files. Question 9. When comparing the source and destination files via mtime, what happens if the mtime... Wait, why am I comparing these? Quick question. Why am I comparing these again? Why is it resolving... Why does it have file conflict resolving logic in here? It should not be that... I think it should just amend the name. I guess I see why that's there, but the actual functions that it's tied to should all be tied to the SFTP backend at the end. Okay, I see why that logic exists there, but also this logic for this function should exist within the actual trash utilities. It should not exist within the, well, this aspect of it, the .resolve file conflict. That's logic based. That should exist within trash utilities, not a UI handler file. It should, but to answer the question, it should just rename the file _1. Or like if the _1 already exists, _2. It's always +1 of whatever exists. If there's 1, 2, 3, then it should be number 3. I mean number 4. If it's 2, 3, and number 1 doesn't exist, then it's _1. That's essentially the logic for that. That's what it should be doing. But once again, this should exist within trash utilities and then called within the conflict resolver. I don't think it should be something that is created within this handler file. Can you double check the code base to see if I'm accurate with this, with that assumption that it's like that it operates in that way? Because it shouldn't. But I have a sneaking suspicion it does. Cool. Oh, right, it uses keep both. That's what it does. I forgot. I forgot it already is using keep both. I forgot about that part. Keep both handles it. No warning, no change needed. Yeah. That's... I'm sorry, I overcomplicated that. I forgot my fucking function. I forgot it uses keep both from move coordinator. My bad. Yeah, so the logic doesn't exist there. The logic basically gets called and moved to trash. But my question is this. If the logic itself... Hold on, I'm still in question 9. If the logic itself exists within move coordinator, why am I tracking time and date? I think that's old architecture, actually. Because I'm just doing it based off of list system instead of... Like, in terms of, like, the files... Instead of the actual... Instead of by time and date and all that other stuff, that overcomplicates it by a lot. That sounds like me circa October 2024. Instead of actually creating smart systems. This is like over-engineered as shit. I don't think that entire... I think that entire fucking concept is it's antiquated. I don't... I think that entire system doesn't even make sense anymore. Even to even tell the user that the file needs to be... renamed, all that sort of stuff. You don't need permission for that. That's just way too many prompts. That's over-engineered as shit. So just keep it so it just literally happens. Because the user is gonna be already deleting stuff, already going through prompts. You don't need to fucking keep track of that shit. You don't. There's no reason for that. And honestly, it adds another like potential issue when you have the actual watchdog doing all the moving to the trash and all that sort of stuff. It's like technically you bypass it, and there's like I think that it should just literally do it. That's the whole purpose of the keep both logic. That's the whole purpose of simplifying it like that. Why do you need to tell the user that they're deleting a file that already exists? I feel like that's just useless time. No. I'm saying that the prompt to say that it's gonna be moved to trash is important. What I'm talking about is the prompt that goes, this file already exists in the trash, we're gonna be renaming it to _1. It's like you don't need that particular prompt. Am I making sense there? Because like saying that the files were renamed, it's like, why does the user get that data? On Mac OS, if I delete a file that already exists, I don't get a prompt saying, hey, this file already exists in the trash. Like, the whole point of the trash is because you're chucking it into the trash. You know what I mean? And then it's like, and then when you push it back or restore it or move it anywhere else, it removes the old name that had the _1 or the underscore number. And it just goes back to what it was beforehand. By the way, does that logic actually exist within the restore logic? Because it should. I just realized that. I think it does. But yeah, that's the prompt that I have a problem with. Not telling them, hey, n amount, like a number amount of files have been moved into the trash because you decided to move them to the trash. Or files and folders, whatever the fuck it is, right? That's not the problem. The problem is having some sort of prompt that says, hey, this file already exists in the trash, what do you want to do about it? It's like, that doesn't make sense. Restoring, yes, that makes sense, because you're actually going to be putting it back into your main file system. That makes sense. My question is specifically around the date and time being tracked and added and used to like coordinate files and all that. That's too over engineered. It's not necessary. So it's like, if the only purpose of that is literally to tell the user, hey, this is going to be renamed, that doesn't make sense, because it's like, it's not necessary. And then one other thing I think that it should have is, like, when you do move files to the trash, it should say that it will be deleted in X amount of days. And that the days can be either, that this could be removed or edited within the trash folder. That would be important to add to the actual prompt. And then have the number of days be filled by the variable that is set by the UI. And there could be like a separate trash. Oh my. In relation to your current question, it should be the same rule as trash. Silent auto keep for both, no prompt. But I mean, it should tell you, like I said, the prompt should say you have moved these files to trash. That part is important. But the multiple file shit, like that, you don't need that. You don't need that. But for, I think it's closer to B. No, not B. Hold on. Where, like, you're basically moving files to the trash that already exist in the trash. Existing in the trash. That's not necessary. But the only one that actually should stay, once again, so I'm just to clarify again, because I feel like we're like not meeting eye to eye here. If I drag and drop something into the trash, or if I hit the move to trash button, they should both operate in the same exact way, in the sense that you will have a prompt that says, so-and-so items have been moved to trash. What I shouldn't see prompts for is, hey, there's a conflict that arose because this file name already existed within the trash. So we're just so you know, we're going to be renaming it _1. That's not necessary. Oh, now I get it. So basically this refers to like the time and like having to like fucking track the time that the file exists, comparing it, contrasting, all that shit. That's fucking useless. That's old architecture. Essentially what I'm saying is tracking the time and date and trying to figure out that metadata, all that sort of stuff, and just to pull out that message is useless. So that metadata within itself, I think that's the only prompt that actually operates with it, should essentially just not exist because the prompt is useless. And exactly what you said for the proposed right. That's exactly it. Literally that. God damn, dude, that conversation's already been going for so long that you're compacting it. I feel like that's nothing. I feel like we've done like no chatting there. Let's see. Quite a bit. We're like halfway through the questions too. I think I'm using a Opus. Yeah, I'm using Opus Medium. Wow. Fuck. Wait, what? Wait, keep going. I think I meant to copy and I hit the cancel button. Whoops. I have to hit the bathroom. I'll be right back. way back from outer space. What? Wait a minute. Hold on. Keep it purely descriptive. Let B3011. What's 311? Before I answer that question, 11, what's 311? I'm confused. Exactly. It should just default to keep both in 311. That's essentially what I'm saying. There shouldn't even be a way to merge folders in the trash. You're just literally chucking things in the trash. I don't understand how come to merge folders in the trash. That's so sloppy. That's like literally like it's the trash. Like, I want it to operate just like an OS trash. Like, I don't understand why this is like so many, like, I don't understand why we're going into such nitty gritty details. I'm explaining it literally. It should literally just be keep both by default, period, and then not give you any message regarding that. But then when you hit the restore, it should remove the _1, _2, whatever the fuck. Which I think is a separate ticket, to be honest. Potentially, unless the system currently works in that way. If it does, then that's solid. But there was a whole... I've reapproached this trash system like 3 different ways already. And so there might be old architecture that works with that, or it might have not even been built out. Because there was other ways that I was handling that beforehand. But that's a separate problem from 311. But I think I answered your question in terms of 311. Did I not? Or do you still more questions? Alright, wait a second, I gotta be right back. There's an interesting concept that was shared on fucking Subway Takes that like fucking blew my goddamn mind. Meanwhile, this is doing this, I'm gonna answer this question. I'm gonna say this real quick because fuck, dude, this is awesome. I didn't realize I'm technically an immigrant. While I'm moving to Costa Rica, like I moved to Costa Rica and I live here now and this is, you know, my current home. Technically, I'm an immigrant, like in the sense of like I immigrated into Costa Rica. And the term expat is racist. That's true because expats are immigrants. It's just that they're literally not using the term immigrant because it only applies when a person from a poorer country moves to a richer country, but not when you have to differentiate this like classist system. Essentially, when somebody from a richer country moves to a poorer country, even though they're potentially doing work that equals to lesser value, they're usually getting paid more. I was like, ooh, that's a fucking valid approach, and that's a fucking very like fair statement. It was solid, dude. I was like, fucking awesome, dude. That's good. I want to tell my dad about that. He would have loved that statement. I was like, I haven't talked to him about it yet today. I completely forgot. All right, the init method extensions debugging. Debug printing stores only the client and root folder. Should there be validated init or deferred until first use? Wait, what? Can you give me use cases for this? Because it does make sense for storing only client and root folders, because that's the only ones that it operates in. I mean, what other ones would you need to operate in? Am I misunderstanding the question here? Debug printing is just to announce itself. Entire file is blanketed in debug. Prints every function, start to end branch, every branch. That makes sense. Yes. Q is really. Is it still useful, or is this? To be honest, this debug system is technically dev debugging. Yeah. But I don't know if I want to actually get rid of it ever, because I feel like that kind of debugging architecture is useful even after you ship. You just turn it off essentially, and you can turn it back on, but have it exist. You know, it's like you just don't have it actually print a console. So I don't see why I would ever want to get rid of that. And eventually, yes, I'm going to convert it to logging, to be honest. Like, all of it needs to be... I'm doing a whole... There's a ticket in there currently that's just for converting the print system, the print debugging system, to the proper Python logging system. Just because that would be cleaner, and that's going to be less... I mean, essentially what I'm describing would be doable within the proper Python debugging logging system that I'm describing up above, to be honest. And client should never be none. And root folders should never be none, because they're fed by the actual... I mean, at this point, I think that we're way past that being a potential break in terms of debugging. But to be honest, I'm restructuring a little bit of this architecture fundamentally, so I think that it's worth having it fail loudly if it on the call site, if it's not actually detecting. If client is returning none and root folders is returning none, that's a problem. But I think it's gonna be useful for when I restructure this around the watchdog overall, and also restructure the actual trash building, all that sort of stuff. I mean, it might not even be useful at that point, to be honest, because I don't think it might even exist. It might not even exist, to be honest. Because on this level, it's literally just reading. And if it exists in the UI, it will be read. My ear keeps randomly hurting, like a piercing sound. It fucking piercing sensation. It fucking hurts. This is my unrelated question I have real quick. Can't run things simultaneously. I need 2 threads. This is gonna update. I need to update how I'm restructuring my entire architecture, where I'm gonna need to make a new watchdog thread for just action. That's gonna be a whole thing, because one of them should just basically be like just coordinating the actual read and writes, or writes to the actual database, and then the other one is going to handle all the actions as if it's a user. I think that would be cleaner. I'm going to need to build a second watchdog essentially for just that. I'm going to need to make a new thread just for the second watchdog. How many hours am I in? I'm at 1 hour 20 minutes. Holy shit. I'm still not done with number 1. Fuck. Alright, let's go back to question 13 here. Why am I using the timer? I don't understand what that's used for. I don't even understand why that's there. What is it used for? Because it might be part of old architecture, but I can't even remember what it would have been used for in relation to old architecture. This is like back in fucking, like I said, October shit. Like this is a while ago. Holy shit. This needs to exist within the fucking SFTP connection file. Why is that there? I guess this is like a bad refactor that was the result of that. So this needs to be moved there, to be honest. The connection manager. And then it needs to be updated for the other files that call it. But honestly, yeah, this is like a very necessary fucking thing. Like, I mean, this is... And then to answer the question though, that's basically what it's used for. It's for refreshing the SFTP browser. I agree with the short-term one. Are there better tools I can use for this, or is this the best tool for the refresh timer that I could possibly use? Because the purpose is basically to be able to refresh the overall SFTP browser consistently. But honestly, instead of refreshing it constantly, I think the architecture I ended up on instead was, instead of having it just constantly refresh, was refresh per action. I think that was the restructuring I did, to be honest. Yeah, that's the better approach. I mean, I think that was like the, yeah, primitive. Oh my god. Yeah, that was the original one. Alright, I gotta check to see if the lighting is still good, because with lighting changed for the... Again, let's see here. Alright. That's still good. To be honest, I could just brighten it up because it's about to get fucking dark, so... That doesn't look half bad. Pew. Alright, 14 out of 26. 12 more left. We're over halfway through. If folders attribute exist, if the trash folders attribute exists, it takes precedence over root folders. What is the intent logic behind this fallback? Context from code. This function checks for first if present it uses it, otherwise it falls back to self dot root folders, two separate collections for what it looks like. The same concept. Drive roots. Feels like dual bookkeeping leftover from refactor. No, it is not. It is not dual bookkeeping leftover from a refactor. While it does look sloppy, it's because I don't track folders. And this is a question. This is actually like a legitimate question. Like, should I be tracking folders inside of the actual database for the files? I mean, technically, I'm clearly using it because basically what happens is the restore location doesn't exist. Restore from or deleted from doesn't exist for folders because I'm not tracking folders. If I was, then this would be a non-issue, but I'm not. So essentially, that's the problem I'm trying to solve. I was just trying to keep it so it's just files and paths within the actual database instead of folders and files and paths, and it's just like that's the problem. You get what I'm saying? I think, and I don't want to say this, as much as I don't want to say this, I need to take a good, long, hard, honest look at myself and say this is sloppy as shit, and I should just be tracking folders as well. And then I need to build a filter for later if you want to do a search, where you can search folders, search files, and then just track everything. What do you think about that? Before you file anything away, what do you think about that? It's sloppy how I did it right now. God damn it. Yeah, you're right. It's sloppy. Fucking asshole. God damn it. Yep, the first thing you asked me. I want to... The first thing you're saying here, make it a separate 316 and reference the cross-referencing 305, 027, 309, etc., 312, all that shit. Do it. Fuck. That's a whole... I should just have done it correctly the first time. I am frustrated. When a trash folder itself is selected alongside other items, why is it removed from the selection? Ah! That's to avoid accidentally deleting the trash folder. You can select and delete the trash folder and that would empty the trash. Yeah, so that would basically trigger the double error messages for deleting files. But if you do it with multiple folders, I'm assuming it's a error. Because how can you be adding things to the trash, meanwhile deleting the trash? That's a race condition. I remember that one. That's another one I did. Okay. Maybe. For 317, maybe. I don't know if that's worth it. I think it'd be better just as a silent drop. Because then the user would be like, what the fuck? Ah, well, I guess, yeah, if the user's saying what the fuck, but then it's like, that's another thing that I'm trying to like lower the amount of clicks to do things. It's one more click and one more read. Sure, let's add that one. 317. What's the difference? No, there shouldn't be no difference between trash and move to trash. For beat 222, I don't understand why there's a difference why that ticket was created, because trash is move to trash. Like if you're moving something to trash, you're moving it to trash. There's only trash, like move to trash, and permanent delete. That's the only two options that exist. So I'm kind of confused about B222 and how that's currently named. Alright, I have to hit the bathroom again. Ah. that song. Q15 done. B317 filed and Claude. Oh my god, dude, my ear. I hope I'm not getting an ear infection, dude. That'd be fucking annoying. How does move handle conflicts when restoring items to trash? Alright, so delete selected item. It handles move to trash. So delete selected. What the fuck, dude? Okay. So delete selected items. I don't like the name of that function. Even though does it have a split basically where it's move to trash if it's not in trash and then delete if it's delete? That's annoying. But when you're moving things to trash, it should always be keep both. And that's how it's handled. It's not restoring to trash, but it's moving things to trash, then yeah. It's basically keep both within move coordinator by default every time. We actually have a ticket where we discussed this not too long ago, today during this session actually. So I would refer to that. I think that entire function, delete selected item, might need a renaming too. That's another thing. I think it should be renamed to something more accurate, where it's like something that reflects the move to trash / delete nature of that function. I think that would be the better approach to it. Why is the default strategy set to keep both when moving items to trash? This is basically just to preserve all deleted items without basically, like, why would you want to? The whole purpose of the trash is basically storage, temporary pre-delete storage. So it's like you just want to keep it simple, you know. It's like the whole. It's essentially it's exactly how the trash operates for macOS, literally. Like literally like one for one actually. It's actually kind of scary. I didn't actually think about that when I made this, but it's literally how that operates. The whole purpose of the trash is basically pre-delete storage, essentially. You don't want to delete or destroy any files or replace any files or merge any files. This is just a like chuck it in there kind of storage location, folder, right? And that's essentially the purpose of it, so that's why I have it keep both. Because you shouldn't be making those kinds of decisions when moving to trash. And also it would create a feedback loop. For any of the, if you move it to the trash and there's already an item and then you select merge folders, then it's like, then it would take all, you have to make all the decision trees for the merge files, and assuming that there's other stuff that's duplicated. And then after that, it would then take the leftover, then add it to the trash, and then it would repeat itself again. And then if you did, let's say, replace moves to trash. It doesn't delete. So then it would move it back to trash. You hit replace again and move it back to trash. You hit replace again and move it back to trash. It would just feedback loop there. So honestly, it's like a feedback loop there. So the whole purpose of it is just to simplify it and just keep it as is. You know, it's like this is the common practice, and I'm not looking to reinvent the wheel here. This is literally just a trash. That being said, I forgot to hit the record again. Dang it. Well, I guess that last bit was inside of the fucking live, but this is essentially what I just answered here. Let me see, was there something else? Oh yeah, I also added this right here. It's not modeled one for one on macOS trash semantics. That was an accidental byproduct. That wasn't the actual intention. I was just that's the one thing that annoys me. Everyone's like, oh, you're doing this, you're doing the thing that's from this, and it's like, no, I'm not. This is literally just a logic puzzle. God damn it, dude. That's so annoying. That's so demeaning. I don't like it. Can you please just change that answer a little bit to say that it's not modeled after it, because it's literally a byproduct that it happens to be modeled after the macOS trash systems, but I designed that from logic. I would like that on the record, please. For question 16 there. Exactly. I really want that shit on the record, because if you look back at my fucking vlogs, this shit's like, that was logic. That was not like, oh, I wonder what macOS does. It's what I want in my trash system. God damn it. I'm just saying it like that because in the sense of like, oh, that's what Mac does here, because I'm trying to simplify it for the fucking LLM. Alrighty. Partial failure notification, execute permanent. Want me to walk the code before writing? I haven't answered it yet though. Why would it fail? Yeah, walk the code base, but honestly, why would it fail? And honestly, this is something else worth mentioning, is that the delete itself, like the actual delete and the function for this, is going to be part of the watchdog system for the action watchdog. Let's just call it that. The second thread that I'm going to be making on the actual doc. So honestly, there shouldn't be a reason why it fails, but yes, actually there should be more robust error handling if there isn't already, and it should match that error handling within the actual watchdog for the actions. Hard-coded database path. Should this path be configurable or obtained? This should be. This is hard-coded, to be honest. This should be hard-coded. Honestly, we should set a global constant for that. We should make it some sort of like data class or something like that. That would honestly be a good idea. And honestly, here's the thing. This is also something that's going to get updated once we have the actual API. Because the API is going to reference all that, and then you'd basically just be interacting with the API itself. And there would be a whole file just built around API functions. So that's part of it. Look it up. There's a ticket in there for that. Why? I have no idea from what the is inferred is in relation to. Oh, wait. Is that from if, like, there's a file within a folder, and then the folder is being moved, and then the files are being moved right after? Is that how... Yeah, that's in relation to the shitty fucking folder system that I have for deleting files and folders. Ah! So... we need to fix that. And we need to update that. Because it shouldn't be inferring anything. It should just be the literal thing. That way, like, if a parent folder is moved, the only thing that should be moved is the parent folder. The files exist within the parent folder. So they need to be deleted from, right? That exists still. That has to be set. That is currently set when things are moved to the trash for all the files inside of the folder, which is correct technically, even though the parent folder is also in the trash. So, and then the restore to home, or restore files to original path, the original location is grayed out, and that's okay. And so you either pick home or you pick the a different location per file, which is correct. So that handles it correctly. But if you're restoring a folder that's a parent folder, it should just restore the parent folder and all the files simultaneously, then change all the files back from out of trash back to being like the correct location, like the correct path. It's the deleted from gets deleted essentially. So then that way it begins to operate again like a normal file within the database. My friend Sam takes the biggest fucking dabs in the fucking world. Jesus Christ. Shit, that should be per item lookup. Each one of them gets its own deleted from. I mean, it should already, and it should already go through the file list. Hold on. My G, sorry about that. G. Okay. So I mean, it should already go to the basically go through each item list as like a list. I mean, unless it's a folder, unless it's a parent folder. If it's a parent folder that has a bunch of items underneath it, obviously it doesn't need it. Exactly like I described in the last question and ticket. So, but if it's multiple items with unique locations, it should be inferring the doing the restore options per item in a list. It should operate within a list, like a queue that gets pushed through the UI. Oh, Lord. So the user can then select what to do per file. Alright, we're gonna put some different music on. Just kidding. We're gonna play the same exact songs. What do you think this is? A DJ situation? No. You're working with a neurodivergent person, my friend. We listen to the same shit and enjoy it the same exact way every single fucking time. It already exists. That is essentially all the other options. Like you're saying, the context already walked this in question 3. Current behavior, dialogue exposes two alternatives: drive route or pick new location. Essentially, that's the options. You can write that as the answer. Yep, you're good to go. And the item wizard redesign from 321 should also behave in that way. So it does that by default though. That's like a cascading side effect. Current route is always going to be the drive. It would never be a system sim link. I don't even know what that is, to be completely honest. There's never going to be a time where you're going to delete from another location to that trash. All the trash that goes there is literally from that drive itself. The whole purpose is about centralizing the storage and the trashes to the drives themselves that they were deleted from, trashed from. Technically, it should just... I think that's old architecture, to be honest. It should just be basically selecting the destination. That's all it's really doing. When you're hitting... the restore button, it shouldn't be filling like a mode equals move or any of that. That's like old architecture from like the first iteration of this. At least I believe so. Double check with the code, but I believe that that's antiquated and no longer relevant. Aye, aye, Captain. Completion mentions. All versions move the trash. Is this automatically behavior or does... What? I didn't confirm this. Ah. Yep, that's correct. All right, cool. Yeah, that's on boot, but once again, this is gonna be all put aside to the watchdog. Yep, exactly like you said. This is all gonna be moved under the watchdog anyway. So, to be honest, this is still an issue and it's still a challenge and it's still an error that's worth filling a robust error system around. But, and this should be added into the actual watchdog ticket for that trash life cycle system. But honestly, this is not something that needs to be built out into this particular function overall. I think that this is something that is going to need to be addressed as still, like without a doubt. But it's going to be pushed into the watchdog systems for the trash. Bam, bam, bam. it, son! $2 for one fucking file, dude. This was supposed to get easier. Honestly, this is the bigger one. That is the larger fucking annoying nuisance kind of a file, so that's fine. Let's see. Where is the where is the tea? Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, and now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. I see. I'm finally getting into the UI. This is all that's left besides scans, utilities, and I need to refract this one right here, my settings page. To be honest, it could be 2 files, maybe 3 potentially, just to give better distributions of functions. Next is UI components. UI components. It is fucking writing in the file now. We gotta re-clear this conversation once it's done with this shit. Once it's done with this shit, 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 it needs to finish compacting the conversation before it continues the shit. This is literally the worst time to do that. God damn. Come on and hurry up, you gotta be kidding me. There it is. Whoops. It already compacted the thing. Now it needs to finish writing the files. I didn't realize that had finished fucking thinking already. So now it's go now. Come on, hurry the fuck up. You can do it pretty quickly. I know you can. You are so smart, and I'm grateful for your help because you're helping me finish a bunch of shit very fast. Thank you very much, Claude. Thank you very much, Claude. Thank you very much. Here we go. Thank you very much, Claude. Thank you very much, Claude. So we actually just finished this one. Now all that's left is here through here for the main ones, and then we're gonna go back because there's additional files, additional questions, because my ass was like, oh, I have more questions about the other files because I want to be thorough. Fucking Therial. Fucking Therial, you know? It's just Therial as shut. Therial as shut. Hurry the fuck up, but also take your time because I appreciate your accuracy. I appreciate your accuracy. I appreciate your accuracy. Thank you very much for being accurate. Thank you very much for being accurate. I appreciate the accuracy. I appreciate the accuracy, but I really want to move the fuck on so I can do more shit. Cause I gotta keep building, But even though the next step is actually just building another agent, because I gotta organize my shit. I gotta organize my shit. I gotta organize my shit. Oh God. Please hurry the fuck up. There it goes. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you for hurrying the fuck up. Meanwhile, being accurate. Accurate. I'm grateful, I'm grateful, I'm grateful. I'm grateful, I'm grateful, I'm grateful. Thank you for being accurate as shit. Look at how big that fucking index is. Fuck yeah. Tickets go everywhere, index goes everywhere, SSH utils used everywhere, refactoring again before we move forward, more or less. Look at these lonely ass files. Intent files should never be logged into anything else besides the page. Wait, what's WD scope logger intent? Oh, that shouldn't get its own page. But okay. To be honest, that's not useful. What the fuck is this actually? Ah, it's mostly a debugging tool. That's true. Okie dokie, let's keep it going. Fuck. Questionnaire, hit me. What is this one used for? I need to check. Can you check the code base for context, please? Thank you. Oh, this is the emitter. There would never be two things happening simultaneously with that. It's linear tasks. It's handling the linear tasks. So eventually I need to replace these with this emitting stream for errors and stuff like that, for std out and std error. Honestly, like, this eventually needs to be replaced with the proper Python logging system. So that's one ticket there. The other one, it should be stream safe because everything is linear here. This is basically outputting UI tasks, UI actions. And all UI actions are linear. You can only operate linearly within the actual UI itself. Double check that within the code base, but I believe I'm correct on that. You see it? I'm gonna grab some coffee because I need it. I need a little serotonin kick, to be honest, more than anything else. Ooh! Oh, you are beautiful. Hello, little leafy grasshopper. You have one rear leg. You're missing a rear leg, my friend. Woof! You must have gotten in quite some battle there, buddy. You are beautiful. Holy fucking crap. I'm sorry, dude. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm just trying to open the door. You can get out if you want. God damn. Oh my goodness. You are gorgeous, but don't scare me like that again, dude. Hi, Leia. Are you the source of my little green friend missing a leg? Leave, little grasshopper. Young grasshopper. You're beautiful. I hope you realize that. You can stay safe here if you feel safe, but I just don't want you starving. Okay, buddy? This is AI slop. All right, let's get back to work, shall we? Hot diggity damn. Oh, there's a safety mechanism. That's right. I kept having fucking race conditions crashing. I remember that. There already is a logging replacement in the tickets, but I would update it with this one here and then reference it in my intent answer and then record the thread safety answer into the pending questionnaire answer line as well, please. And thank you. 2 out of 29. Oh, fucking Lord. Please don't take 3 hours, 2 hours for this one. Let's see what we got. 3 D&D modes, main, selector, and move. So main actually needs to be updated because I believe that is an antiquated term for that. I believe it might be the drag and drop window for the upload process. That might be actually main. Oh, no. Selector and move are two of them. They're both within the actual main SFTP browser window. Now, main might either refer to the main SFTP browser window, or it might be the antiquated term that was used for the upload screen. That was the original name for the upload screen when I first did the rsync upload function, where I had a drag and drop box for filling in the source. I mean the destination of the. I'm sorry. Of the upload files from the actual OS to the application. So that's the first part, and then I think I still need to answer the question. I still haven't answered it. Okay, so that was updated. Then honestly, all three of them exist simultaneously within the main browser window. To be completely honest, then if that's the case, then all of them. Selector was actually for file manager _UI for the upload and download source picker. Okay, that makes sense. Trash UI handlers for that, and then but also move should also actually just be SFTP browser and operations.py. Yeah, perfect. That is absolutely everything you just state there. The call sites for all that is correct. Yep, you can record that into the answer line. Thank you. What file is this though? This UI components. Okay, yeah, that's correct. What is the UX difference between scan drop zone and the regular drop zone? Scan drop zone is essentially just to scan a drive or a folder. I think it's kind of redundant now, to be completely honest. Potentially. I feel like it's overkill in terms of like over-engineering. I feel like it's just not necessary. Because, I mean, currently it functions in a way where you drop the folder into the scan drop zone, and then basically you can hit the scan button and it scans that, and it basically adds it to the database, and it goes through the entirety of the. But honestly, I think it also operates on the level of if it's not within the actual registered drives, that it doesn't register it. But it might enter this whole other fucking pain in the ass worth of logic to it. I think it was also a debugging tool at the beginning that eventually turned into something that I wanted to keep as a feature, but in all honesty, it's no longer necessary because I have the full scan button. I think it's like if I wanted to scan a specific drive, maybe use it for that, but even then you might as well just do a full scan. I mean, it makes no sense because the logic itself is already built around skipping stuff that already exists within the actual full scan. like the manual full scan. So honestly, it's like it's already so efficient that I don't think it's worth like scanning a single folder versus scanning the whole drive. So that actually might be getting rid of that overall. And I might be replacing the full scan button into the registration, the drive registration window, to be honest. Or maybe just keeping it there, sure, fuck it. Just keeping it as is. Actually, nah, never mind that part. So I think it's worth to just remove that and then just add and keep, keep the full scan button as is. I think that's a good fucking move, to be honest. Oh yeah, I forgot to answer. Drop zone is essentially for the upload window. Just double check that to make sure across the code base, just to make sure that it's not used anywhere else, because I don't think it is. Yeah. Wait, what's test bundle? Wait a minute, what's test bundle? Oh, I'm sorry. To be honest, that's not worth adding because I want my wiki to just revolve around the actual repository. None of this should actually include any of the test files. The test files are based off of this. This is like the source of truth for the test files. Where are you saving that to? Ah, Wikiscope. I believe the fucking test files are not included in the repo_wiki. Yeah. shit, it is in there. When you said saving that, where did you save that to? You said got it, Wikiscope equals repo, source only, tests are downstream, saving that. Nah, dude. No, why are you saving it to memories? We are not, oh my god. Anything that revolves around the workflow should be in the workflow files. So the only thing that we should be updating is the actual workflow file. The memories are for case, for general, like if this affects everything, like for example, like the formatting stuff, that affects the general use of Claude code. That's the only stuff that should exist there. I keep needing to restate that. Don't save that to fucking memories either. I'm gonna take a day to fucking set that up correctly. But for now, that should be added to the actual ingestion process for the actual file creation, for the actual wiki page creation. So it's like if this is revolving around, it's only like test files are not to be ingested or even created stubs for. If it exists within this code base, file base, fucking this folder, it should not be included in the actual wiki. I would honestly just remove it. That was my fuck up, dude, to be honest. That honestly, this should be removed. I think that this is my fuck up, to be honest. I'm sorry. And it's gonna tell me you shouldn't apologize, and it's like, fucking, that's insane. The fact that it even answers like that is fucking nuts. See, no apology. I think that's a fucking insane way to answer that. I think we need to remove it, honestly. So it's like, I think that this needs to be removed from the actual fucking files that it's working with. Because this should only be repository. I think that structure makes much more sense. I did this when I first started working on this, but I think, to be honest, adding it to the wiki makes no sense because that's not the application. The wiki should just be the application. Testing systems are based on the application. So it's like, why are they part of the wiki? I'm gonna end up with false positives like crazy. wonder if there's any test file wikis, wiki pages currently. There shouldn't be. I hope not. I don't see any. Question 4 out of 29. Oh yeah, I can close the window, the door now. Oh, my little green friend, you are up there, huh? He's so cute. But you gotta go, buddy. Alright, how do we do this cleanly? In a way where you don't get hurt because you're already missing a fucking leg. But then again, I also need to close the door. And you don't end up inside. While I want you to stay safe in here, I don't want you to starve to death. And you will starve to death in this room. So we gotta rework this. So we have an opportunity here to get you out without hurting you. My little green grasshopper friend. Did you leave? Did it work? It did. I believe it did. I think you flew away. Oh, thank God. Just make sure. Yep, there's nothing there. Alright, cute. Just making sure. Alright, cool. God damn, dude, that was so crazy. I'm so happy I got my little green friend out. I was so worried about him. Alrighty, back to it. Back to it then. Okay. How does the inline rename via rename delegate interact with the dialog-based rename in SFTPR? It basically gathers the variable to fuel the SFTP and browser operations function, or the SFTP backend operation, like the actual function itself. Function. Am I answering that correctly in relation to how you meant it? And can you double check the code base to verify? Please and thank you. That should be correct though. Why does it have an emoji? Yes, but also why does it have an emoji? I don't understand that. I don't want it to have emojis and shit. That's you see, I don't like that. So maybe remove emojis and stuff like that. Oh wait. Is this in case there's emojis and there's not emojis in by default? But yeah, other than that, you can add that to the answer. That's just my other question in general. If there is emojis by default, then we have to take that out. We have to make a ticket to take that out because I fucking hate emojis. But if there isn't, and this is just to sift out potential emojis, then it's fine. And you can put the answer as is. Either way, put the answer as is. But then the only difference is between potentially creating a ticket or not creating a ticket regarding the emojis. Actually, nah, you're good. To be honest, because this differentiates between files and folders. I thought it was going to be way more useless of an emoji. Nah, we're good there. I'm sorry. Undo that. Fuck, I'm sorry, dude. My bad. It should undo the... There it is. Okay, cool. Perfect. Why is flush left as a no-op when right emits signals that might need flushing for proper stream behavior or signal queuing? Why is flush left as no-op when it might be part of an old system? That might be part of the old UI system, potentially. It might be antiquated, it might be dead code. Double check that, please. Thank you. In the repository. I mean, it makes sense to have a flush. But what does it mean by left as a no-op? Yes, but also quick question, is this going to be affected because it does handle the STD out and the STDERR, the error. So is this going to be affected by changing the logging system to the the correct Python logging system? And I think that might be worth adding to the ticket that I have regarding the Python logging system as well, if that's the case. And then answer the question in relation to that, with that context added to it as well, please. Thank you. What happens if the parent.mode doesn't equal a selector? Does the drag enable after connection via enable drag properly transition the widget from the initial disabled state? I believe so, actually. I believe so. Because it also could potentially be used for a move, or moving to trash, or any of the other functions that exist that were part of question number 1, I believe. Yay! Record A and move on, please and thank you. sir. The UI shit is annoying. I dislike answering UI questions. Is there a race condition risk is called after D&D operations have already started, or is it? There is not a race condition because the actual drag and drop operations are handled by the move function or the trash functions or any of the other functions. You can only really operate linearly within this UI anyway, so there should not be race conditions involved because it's handing it off to different systems and different functions. Although technically if you had a large enough of a move, yeah, technically it could cause a race condition, because if, like, let's say you moved another file meanwhile, but doesn't the queue handle that actually? Like the race conditions for that? Because there's a queue for doing that kind of stuff. That's basically the workaround for that. I think it's question 2 potentially from that one, that queue that we have there. I think that's the whole purpose of that. Right, but that watchdog queue for actions is not currently, it doesn't currently exist. It's a future feature that I'm adding. So yeah, I mean, as is, I would reference that ticket too to say that this is something worth considering. But honestly, in the end, once I do implement this watchdog action feature, I'm going to basically just be pushing essentially string data to the API that then gets pushed to the watchdog for the database writing. How does triggering edit item on a return interact with external rename dialog handling? It basically takes place of the actual window, like in the same variable that the window uses to basically feed the rename variable to the rename function. It operates in the same exact way. It's just literally feeding the rename variable to the rename function, except it's just basically happening in a more quote-unquote headless level, where basically it's not actually pulling up a unique window to actually run this, if that makes sense. It should be identical, right? So it's like it's basically utilizing the same exact functions, the same exact variable that it's fueling, all that sort of stuff, right? Like it's feeding, sorry. for the plumbing. Like the plumbing on the back end is identical for both, right? They should basically be feeding the same function, feeding the same variable, so on and so forth. It's the same shit. It should be simplified like that. I mean, it's not identical entry paths because one is a window, the other is a... I think that might be over-engineering. What do you think about that? I've that question. I need that answer first beforehand because I think that might actually be over-engineering, potentially, because it's still two. It's basically two different variables, two different locations feeding one single thing, which is the current case. It's just that we'd be pumping up one more level of one unified variable. Does that make sense? It's basically like, and then there's like, oh wait, we need to feed this variable to one variable, so it's like you can keep going technically forever in that sense. Or does this not operate in that way? Yep, run it. Your recommendation, run it. Why check event.source equals self first in drag enter event but not validate the source in other drag methods? Doesn't this create asymmetric handling? Huh. Because while this is technically a drag event and drag method, it technically isn't, because this is doing an input variable, so it's like it's not essentially like a drag. It's literally inputting a new variable to then be applied to the current item that was selected and hit enter on. So the other one is literally just populating either a source or a destination, whereas like where this is like it's literally just feeding a variable to a function, whereas the other one with the enter is actually also executing the function. Am I answering your question correctly? Can you please double check that in relation to the code base, please and thank you. No, that's question 9. Did I not answer your question? That's... Did I not answer your question? Did I not answer your question? You're asking me, why does drag enter event check event.source equals self first while other drag methods handle things differently? And I was saying that it's because it's a different type of function. While it operates like a drag function, it is not. you're selecting the variable, you're selecting the source, and then you're also inputting the variable that it's changing to and then executing the function, versus the other way where it's just literally selecting either a source or destination. Usually a source. Ah. I mean, technically, yeah, all of them should check the source symmetrically. They should all use the same exact method for that. So that's something worth rebuilding and putting in correctly. So this is pure D&D about things like dragging a file between folders in SFTP. This should be pure D&D in like SFTP browser stuff, but dragging an OS file should also technically check the source, because that's always source. Yeah, actually, that it's literally gonna always be source. If you're dragging and dropping something, it's gonna be source. The drop is the destination, always. Unless it's the upload version of it, because then you're selecting the destination manually within the actual upload UI window. But unless you're doing a drag and drop upload within the actual SFTP window, in which case you are technically uploading to the drop location directly. You're just utilizing the function in the same way that the enter operates. So like drag enter event operates like that. Technically the drag and drop upload directly into the SFTP window operates in the same exact way. That's correct. Worker threads. Ugh, that's gonna be a long one. Woof. Oh, the ping worker. I already fucking see it. That's already something we gotta fucking fix. God damn it. The ping worker needs to be operating with SSH utils. That's already a problem. Why does drag leave event clear the highlight without checking if the widget is still enabled, potentially leaving a state inconsistent? It should do that as a safety for error handling, absolutely. Once again, most of the stuff I worked on is just for happy paths, but technically, yes, we need to add more robust error handling and actually check for that kind of stuff without a doubt. Thank you for pointing that out. Add a ticket. Also, for question 10, please also refer to the code base and double check it as well, please and thank you. Perfect. What's the perfect purpose of tracking highlighted items separately than using the QT's built-in item hover selection state? And does that... I didn't even know that existed. I didn't even know that existed. I guess I reinvented the wheel there a little bit. Fuck. Alright, so that's worth fucking putting in a ticket for and updating. Yeah, dude. Good job. Thank you. Also, double check the actual application of highlighted item to make sure that it actually fits QT's built-in item hover / selection state. Because if that's the case, fucking great. If not, then shit. I mean, if not, then... I mean, if it does, then shit. If it doesn't, then great, because then I was right. But then... Once again, we want to make sure that this is done the most efficiently, because I'm fucking rebuilding the... I'm reinventing the wheel with that. That's not necessary. I do that a lot. I think A, to be honest. What do you think about that? Hold on. I want to do it your way. I want it to work how it currently works. That's fine. If it works and it's not reinventing the wheel, then yeah. But what's the update to BT 325 that you're recommending? I'm confused a little bit by that. Please and thank you. Then I would answer and confirm to move on with the unchanged BT 325. How does the logic prevent dropping into the drag and remove event? How does the logic prevent dropping onto the item itself when multiple items are selected? Does it validate the full set or just any overlap? I actually don't remember this, to be completely honest. Can you double check that within the code? I believe it's in there because I've never come across that problem, ever. I believe it just... fuck, how does it do that? That's actually a really good question. It's hot. I legitimately, when it comes to UI shit, backend, that's me. UI shit, I still need to learn a lot about the fucking pre-made tools and shit. Ah, it's built into Qt geometry. Yep, you can add the answer, and let's go ahead and add tickets for the edge cases. I mean, it's worth considering. Also add a caveat that it might not be worth it, but that I said to go ahead and just add it just in case to discuss on a later date. To discuss the benefits and of it. So do that, answer, and then question 13, please and thank you. God damn. I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom. I keep drinking coffee and water and shit. Also, my parents got back and I want to see how they are doing. I'm almost at the halfway point. Sorry about that, y'all. The 0 people watching. Alright, so let's continue recording. I'm gonna go ahead and restart the fucking track. Because we listen to one album here. Because it doesn't get triggered by the fucking... whatchamacallit. Alright. Why decouple files drop from OS emission, but not decouple the internal items dropped on folder emission? Drop event emits refer to single loop tick. Items dropped on folder is emitted synchronously in the same method. Intentional asymmetry. Alright. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Correct me if I'm wrong here. But I believe the reason why that is because of how the files are handled when they populate the actual UI for files dropped from OS. Files dropped from OS essentially is trying to feed a variable that then gets split up into the folders and files that you're dropping, so then that way you can see which files and folders you're dropping, and that's why it's decoupling it. Versus items dropped on folder, you're just literally copying and pasting a source and destination. A source to a destination, sorry. You're literally moving, sorry, not copying and pasting. This morning was really annoying, by the way. Oh my god. My freaking neighbor, this kid, the parents were out and he fucking blasted music like so fucking loud, dude. I'm okay with loud music. I'm okay with loud music. I don't mind people listening to music loud. If I can hear it, that doesn't fucking bother me. What does fucking bother me is rattling my goddamn windows with your music. It is so loud, it's impossible for me to even have a conversation with someone in the same room because it's so goddamn loud. That's a problem. Haha, I was correct there. Nice. Debug output contains files / URIs with the same file name. How does the OS file system target like Finder? This might be left over potentially, to be honest. This might be hold on. Is this from trying to download? Because there used to be a download function where I would drag and drop from the SFTP browser window into the OS. And I think that was left over as a remnant of something that was supposed to be able to work, but it was like an attempt and it just ended up not working. Oh yeah, you see they ended that. Wow, okay, yeah. That's essentially what it was. You can double check that in the code, and also I want to double check with you. Is it not possible, because of how the sandboxing works with applications in Qt that, or PySide 6 as well, where you can't drag and drop from the application to the actual OS? That's like a sandboxing thing that you can't get workaround. I got close. I got really close, but ended up not working in the end. It was just a pain in the ass. Basically, I'd made it so I was able to drop like a empty txt file that was named the exact same thing as the file into the location. It worked on that level, but then I wasn't able to use that location where it dropped the empty txt file to basically populate the destination of the download function, so it just ended up not working essentially. But if it's not possible, it's not fucking possible. I'm not gonna. I spent like a day and a half, almost 2 days on that shit. You see, that's what I was doing. That is literally what I was doing. I was trying to use Objective-C to be able to do it, but it was just not working. I was trying to basically, it kept fucking breaking. There is a workaround for that then, where you can do that through Objective-C? Because if that's something that can be possible, I mean, worth considering. But also not, to be honest. What happens if self.parent current path doesn't exist when building full path into drag data? Does it silently create malformed paths? I don't think that's possible. I don't think that's possible, because then that means something would have had to change in between the time of the actual drag and drop to the actual function actually occurring. I mean, there's no way. Everything works way too linearly. I mean, maybe in the case of a remote shift where the SFTP is no longer accurate, maybe there, to be honest. There should be some sort of error handling regarding that then. But that's still a really weird edge case. Not weird, I guess, because if you had multiple people working on the same SFTP source, then that's possible, technically. But honestly, this is also something worth considering for the watchdog action feature that I'm adding. So that's also a ticket currently within these tickets. That's also something worth considering and adding and addressing directly in that, where there could be error handling regarding that, because this is going to be a queue of items. So technically the queue could be out of date in relation to the actions that are being taken. That's a potential. There could be some sort of synchronization issue there, and how to circumvent that, because that's totally a fair. I mean, once again, if I'm passing it on to the watchdog, it's still a valid concern. It's just that it's passed on to the other one. So this is something totally worth considering and talking about and addressing directly. But when we're designing this. You got a fast car, I wanna take it to anywhere. Maybe we can make a deal. Anywhere is better. You got a fast car. I got a ticket to anywhere. Maybe we can. I want a ticket to anywhere. Maybe we can make a deal. Anything is better. Start from zero, got nothing to lose. We living wrong. I believe this is antiquated and is part of the old attempt that we were just discussing of trying to get this system to do the OS drop. I believe that's the remnants of that. Alright. How does update display handle the case where a drive is added but becomes disconnected between drives changed? Drive is added but becomes disconnected between drives changed in the next user action. So in the case basically where it's like it shows up that it was added and then you remove it and then you're trying to do an action. Yep, scan drop zone is currently redundant, but this issue, this problem literally refers back to question 15, I believe. Question 15 problem. So it's pretty much the same thing. It's two sides of the same coin essentially, except just the application of the function is different. It's the same exact issue though, underlying, in the sense that SFTP could be out of date and out of sync with what is actually occurring within the OS. I just thought of something to also add to that fucking watchdog thing. What if you override... No. That we were just discussing for question 15. To be honest, this is the same shit. So while yes, also scan drop zone is getting moved out, this is something worth removing. I think answering briefly anyway for historical completeness is worth it, but also I think that this is not a moot problem though. This is essentially the same exact problem that is occurring in question 15. I just thought of a potential solution for that watchdog thing, actually, that this just came to mind. So what about referencing SFTP, current browser window, location, actions, all that stuff, and checking it in relation to a queue? because every action is going to be saved to a queue for the watchdog actions, right? So for that action thread. So basically, that is a history of, I mean, that is the future of what is going to be occurring. If it's empty, then it's true. Because it has been updated. Because of the refresh rate. Which honestly needs to be updated now, because if we don't do it by action, if it currently is going to be updated by action, but honestly, going this way with the actual watchdog doing the actual actions themselves, we can't use that as an actual trigger for refresh. It has to be actually like a manual trigger by watchdog, by the action watchdog thread that has to be sent. And honestly, that potentially might involve another database window that basically triggers the refresh per node within the connected nodes that exist. That way, I mean, it doesn't have to be sent via, I mean, it could be sent via Tailscale, to be honest, but shit. And we would need to basically figure out some way to like create some sort of queue for it to be able to send the, like, if it's still a 1, make sure it's a 0 by sending refresh triggers. And then once it gets okayed, then and it turns into a 0, then it basically is refreshed, and then the actions are accurate. Something along the lines of that, maybe. That might be a little bit sloppy. That's just like my first draft though. Like right off the top of the head. I'm sorry, that last answer was for question 17, not question 18. I hadn't answered question 18 yet. Fuck it. Why check application? Because I'm going to be deleting it anyway. Fuck it. Why check for application X remote items format specifically instead of accepting any MIME type URLs? Still moot under B2323. This still, yeah, this is fucking. Your first answer there is correct, and then it's also moot. So yeah, the first point you made correct, and yes, still moot under PT323. The deduplication uses item. Okay, so once again, yeah, for anything that revolves around scan drop zone, you can deduce the actual response for it, and then just also note that it's moot under BT 323. Please and thank you. That's moo. And then it's moo. Yeah, because I don't want to keep answering questions that, like, I'm just wasting my time there. That's a fucking waste of time. Alright. Why store both test and the full path separately when they might diverge during folder navigation? They wouldn't, because they are part of the same variable, the full path. The text for the display name is pulled from the full path. They would not diverge. They should be pulled from the same variable. They are not separate fields because they refer to their point within the actual full path. That's the purpose of them. Did I answer your question fully? And is there any other parts that you need? Basically, the front end should just show the little node of the part of the path, and that little node, which just has the decoupled name of that particular part of the path, has the path up until that point populated with it. That's the whole point of it. That's the whole point. That's essentially how the breadcrumb trail works in general. Like, that's the basic functionality of that. Exactly. Should it do that? Doesn't it do that though? The breadcrumb is enabled by default. There should not be any disabled breadcrumbs. Everyone is technically ready to go at all times. All of them have the paths to use for the destination set and ready to go to be triggered on drop. Did I answer your question? That's the whole purpose of it. Check is instance restricts drops to internal sources only. Is this intentional? Yes. Absolutely yes. Because honestly, if it's the drag and drop for uploading, I believe that actually might work, to be honest, because it's ultimately just populating a destination of a function, and the function that is triggered by the drag and drop from OS to the application is the upload function. So it should be populating it with the location. If it's not, it might not be worth adding, could be worth adding, depending how much of a pain in the ass it would become. and what other problems that could occur from that, but I can't see any other problems occurring from that. Might be worth it, to be honest, unless it already works that way. Did I answer your question? Please compare to the code base. Why set event source true in drop event before emitting the signal? The receiver might process the drop asynchronous. Wait. What? Why set event source true in drop event? Because the source is already. The source is already dictated by the actual click and drag. So the drop is what just sets the destination. So the drag is already set the source. That's already done. There's no way to not do that. If you're dragging and dropping, the second you're dragging, you're already set the source. Did I answer your question in relation to the entire thing there? And also, please cross-reference the code base to make sure that I'm being accurate. Please and thank you. This is not answering question 26. This is in reference to the watchdog thing. I just thought of another thing to add to that watchdog updater for the SFTP window. You can't do any actions, additional actions, until the SFTP window has updated to the most recent state. That would be a really good safety. So like when you're sending the upload, the update trigger for the refresh, to make sure that it's the most recent version, have it be so like the actual SFTP actions are not capable of occurring until they've been updated, because then you would avoid the race conditions in relation to the actual state of the SFTP in relation to that being accurate or not. I believe so. I believe that this is true that they are guaranteed to be in pairs. I believe that's the case. Double check that against the code base, but I believe that's true. And also, this might also work in reference, if this has to do with the refresh, an auto refresh, this should also belong inside of SFTP connection.py, like that py file. So that's a potential there. Also, in relation to that watchdog challenge, I mean, this function right here, these sets of functions might be worth coinciding with the watchdog update that I had just sent previously to answering this question. Also, did I answer your question? Also, check against the code base to make sure that I'm being accurate here. And thank you. Okay, thanks. Bye. Does start edit callback have side effects? Confirmed. Well, the purpose of stripping emoji icons is because they're not part of paths. So, I mean, that is essentially the, like, I mean, we need actual... I see the concern. If the file name actually has emojis, shit. Well, the placement of the actual emoji in relation to the file, there would be two. If it was in the beginning, and there would never be in the middle. So those are two variables that can actually exist within the error correction for this edge case. What do you think about that? A, please. Thank you. Then you can reference 330. Oh yeah, you already did it. Nice job. Set model data. The method sets Qt display role directly without validation. Are there any constraints on what text model accepts? Writes editor's text straight into the model Qt display role. No length check, no illegal bar check, no empty string check. I mean, that makes sense. Qt accepts any string built in. I mean, that's correct. The file name needs to be correct exactly as it is. So, I mean, unedited file name is the best way to go. Why else would file name validity... what else validates file name validity besides the actual file name itself unaltered? I'm kind of confused in that case. Is there any weird edge case where that wouldn't be the case? Because it's not mutated in any way, shape, or form at all. If it is the raw, actual, unedited file name, I mean, that's what we're looking for. I mean, there could be a redundant validation step later, but... I mean, to be honest, there could be a redundant validation step in the future, but I mean, am I wrong in that? Just double checking. I want to discuss this. Real quick. I just want to make sure that this is correct. If that's the case, if you agree with me still, I mean, you don't think it's like totally redundant? And you think that it's a valid concern in relation to, even if it's a small valid concern, just point out the actual small valid concern, then write it in as a ticket. Other than that, run it for the ingest steps 3 to 10. But I mean, empty strings are not allowed within the OS. Alright. Fair. Empty spaces, fair. Run it. I mean, that makes sense. $42 and change. Oh fuck, I forgot to check what it was for the week. Woof, that is buggy. The clown, my friend. That is clowning buggy. %% of my it came from sub-heavy sub-agent use. That's fine. Longer sessions are more expensive with cache. Compact mid is clear when switching to new tasks. That's correct. So 10%. I've been efficient with my workflows. Per model breakdown. Okay, let's see what my actual stats are for the day. So my current streak is 0 days. Why? Oh yeah, yesterday. Did I do stuff yesterday? Yeah, I did. Why is my current streak 0? That's weird. $5.7 million. That's actually kind of low for 7 days, to be honest. Like by a lot. I should be using like 10 million per week. Tomorrow's the 21st. When do I reset? The 23rd. Weird. to be honest. Yeah, it did. I'm just gonna redesign the fucking tasks in relation to the fucking thing. This one always takes a little bit, to be honest. That's fine. What is next? Let's see. Oh, we have worker threads. Ah, these are not that long, to be honest. This might be a short one. Famous last words. Browser is relatively long. This one's a fucking long one. It's 1,000 lines of code. Fuck. Cron window is super short. File manager. Medium. Fuck. Alright, but worker threads. We're almost out of the fucking interface utils. $12,000 tokens, not bad. All right. I mean, I'm happy that it's using the fucking sub agents. To be honest, dude, I'm like, I'm just happy that it's doing that because I have the tokens. Fuck it, I have 29% used for the week, and I get fucking more tokens in 2 days, 3 days. This is such. It's not been a waste. I had to spend the time doing this. I had to. I just wish it was more token heavy, just because that way I can justify the week. It's just, it's time intense. It's very time consuming and fucking like token light, and it's just not. I need to be building. I need to not be doing stuff like this. So it's like. But this is important. I mean, I'm catching up, to be honest. What I'm investing in time. I'm losing in tokens. Fair. Fair.
We had some seriously wrong warnings now. We had some seriously wrong warnings now. Sounds about the war.
Hold on. Okay. Okay. Why is it not detecting anything? Test 1 2. What the fuck? Test 1 2. There we go. Okay. Hit me with the next set of fucking questions. God damn it. Also, how many more questions do I have left? Before you ask me, answer that part and then send me the first question of the next questionnaire, please and thank you. God damn it. I'm not going to update the Claude permissions. I'm actually going to undo Claude with GitHub. I should be in 300s. I should be in the high 300s. Let's see. What's the total? 366. We're halfway through the 300s. Nice. If I answer these 3 files worth of shit, might be possible. So, to start with, pig worker needs to be outsourced. Pig, oh my god, I did it twice. 2 SSH utilities, to be completely honest. The SSH utils.py and then SSH manager. That's basically the one that's going to be handling all that shit. but we need to address those challenges within the ping section of the SSH manager, yes. But I believe it's currently addressing it. If not, we need to actually add error handling. I believe there might also be a ticket in relation to the ping function within the actual SSH manager slash the SSH utilities. So one or the other, either or, they need to address this problem, but also we need to offload this ping worker to, or maybe keep the thread, but populate it with the functions from SSH utilities. I think that might be more accurate, to be honest. What do you think? Let me know what you think before you actually fill something in. Please and thank you. I want to discuss these beforehand. Thank you. You know what the crazy part is people, this is essentially like a lot of fucking interviews for software engineering jobs, like in the sense of being given problems like this, and like this is like way more complex than like a lot of those fucking software interviews. Like those like the stuff that I've been answering is, you have to know a lot, like a solid amount. I'm not saying I'm like the most hireable fucking person in the world, but I know a solid amount at least. Then yeah, let's run it. I mean, first check the code base and the, I mean, before you give me recommendations, check the code base and the tickets. I mean, that please check first, and then let's continue talking, because you need the context window. Otherwise you're just giving me, you're guessing, you know, and guesses are not useful. But I appreciate you taking the time to respond. I'm nice to my fucking AIs. That's my fucking new thing, dude. It's like I'm fucking nice to them. That is accurate. Everything you're saying is accurate there. Please write that in the answer and update the tickets corresponding to the current challenge and the location where they're going to be applied as well. Please and thank you. Does SFTP worker share? Yes, it does. It should absolutely share the same connection. Everything is based to the single source of truth connection from that one, the SFTP connection file. I'm curious. Pending the ticket. Alright, rsync worker. Progress parsing. Is this stuff, does this format work with all rsync versions, or this one is specific? This one is specific to the version that I currently have, but it should work with all rsync versions, but it's irrelevant because I'm shipping with my own version of rsync. Why does wait before retry use self.msleep in a loop instead of single msleep call? How does this affect responsiveness to a single request? Why does use self.msleep in a loop instead of? Once again, this is ping worker stuff. You can deduce this if you want for this answer temporarily, but to be honest, anything that has to do with ping workers should be referencing the actual refactoring that we're going to be pushing everything through SSH utils and SSH manager. To auto answer those three with the same refactored notes. Yes, please, and thank you. One more quick thing, you should reference, like, does the ticket also reference this particular function here, the ping worker? The one for question 5, 6, and 7, is that currently referenced in the actual ticket? I think having some sort of mention of the functionality of the function itself would be worth. I think having some sort of mention of the actual base functionality would be worth it, but I believe that like you said, it already covers it. So earlier update explicitly names 10-second timeout, 3 retries, all that sort of shit. Like, it's technically in there, so yeah. Let's keep going. SFTP worker creates a new SFTP client instance rather than reusing a shared connection pool. What are the implications for concurrent operations and resources cleanup? There is currently a queue that is populated basically with the tasks overall, which basically handles the overall race conditions that could occur within the single thread and SFTP instance. I was coming across these challenges, and that was the way that we actually addressed it so that it wouldn't happen anymore. Also worth noting that we are readdressing SFTP actions to a watchdog for anything that was SFTP actions to be then forwarded to a new thread that is being built out on the dock itself to handle everything in terms of actions offline, so it's only receiving the actual actions through a database update essentially. Quick question, does answering question 8, did the answer also was it referenced in the ticket? Did you look up the ticket to ensure that it's the right one? Can I not mention that every single time? Can you be more thorough about that? Because you should be referencing the tickets before you just add stuff. Because I can see that you have that, you reference the ticket, but is the ticket actually updated? Okay, cool. And run if cancellation request arrives between client.connect, completing the connected signal might be emitted. Does client.connect to disconnect guarantee full resource cleanup? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It's actually handled by there's a close kind of situation thread that gets launched on close. It's like a cleaner, some sort of, I forget the name of it though. But there is something in place for that. Can you look it up within the code base just to make sure that I'm being accurate with what I'm telling you here? Because there's like a cleanup thread or a cleanup function or something like that. I just can't remember what it was. Aha! That's what we do. I cannot remember. Oh yeah, SFTP log I think was basically for debugging / just basically ensuring that tasks were actually going through and things were actually being sent and received and so on and so forth in relation to the actual tasks going in and out. I believe that was the initial purpose of it, and if that's the case, I mean, either way, I think that this should also be mentioned that all logging should occur through the Python logging systems, including, but I know the proxy for this, I know the protocol for this is we are gonna either way, we're gonna be updating this to basically operate with the Python logging systems, like the formal, there should be a ticket that's in there, but I'm aware that these are SFTP actions, and basically there isn't a separate SFTP log that taps into a separate protocol. So that also needs to be wired into the Python logging system as well. So that's something worth adding into the actual ticket for the Python logging refactor for debugging systems. Out of 23. What time is it? 7:44. Not bad. I can do one or two more of these, I think, today. Let's see. The stop method said self.running equals false, but still calls self.quit and self.wait. Why are both flag check and Qt thread cycle mentioned methods and Qt thread cycle life cycle methods necessary? Oh, I forget about this part. Is running as false, but then calls self-quit and self-wait. From what I remember, I believe what it's doing is basically stopping the run, then quitting to actually like exit out of the thread itself, and then .wait is basically just to make sure that everything settles. I believe that's the overall thought process of this, but I cannot remember, because this is literally months and months and months and months and months and months and months ago. Almost a year ago. Quick question for question 11. Can you double check against the code base to make sure that I'm correct? Or like, yeah, just to make sure, because fuck, dude, you didn't actually ensure that. I should have mentioned that, to be honest. There should be error debugging systems for that. Like, there should be error systems, like robust error handling for that, actually. Yeah, dude, what the fuck? My answer was partially no, not your answer. Shit, dude. Can you double check my answer for question 10 in relation to the code base and all the other like 1 through 9 as well, please? Thank you. Just to double check, please and thank you. I am concerned about that. Nice. All right, cool. Thanks, dude. I just wanted to make sure, dude. I just want to make sure. All right, let's keep going with 12. Thanks for checking. I appreciate that. I was just being paranoid. Thanks. We need more robust error handling for that kind of a situation. I believe it's not actually set. Double check that with the code base, please, but I believe that's not actually set. Also, can we add a instruction for the questionnaire where any answer that I give, also double check it against the code base by default? Because that would actually be very useful. Please and thank you. Workflow within the repo_wiki.md file. I love you, Claude Code. I love that. I love the fact that I added that fucking little thing to it for the sub agents. I am so happy. That shit makes me happy. Because I got the tokens, might as well fucking use them. I can't believe I'm at 44% for the fucking 5-hour block. This is the first time in a while I've actually gotten even close to getting to... like, I'm right on the money on that, actually. Like, I'm an hour away. That was close calls there. A little bit. Correct. Also, in relation to question 12, to be honest, this needs to be added for the actual watchdog action workflow that we're adding to the actual doc itself. So there should be a ticket that mentions that, and I think this is worth mentioning in that ticket as well, that it should coincide with this particular function from question 12. Alright, let's see. 13. The exception handler only emits a failed signal without attempting reconnection. Should there be a retry logic simple to ping worker? Yes, but this also coincides with the actual error handling that we need to do, like the more robust error handling. So there's a ticket that we just created for that, but I think that coincides with that. It's part of the same system, potentially similar to ping worker. potentially calling ping worker or calling the functions within SSH utils at the very least. There are things that we could do there. Yes. So I would add a ticket for that. Process output method resets current file progress equals 0 whenever a XFR marker is encountered. What happens if multiple progress updates arrive out of order? Wait, what? They wouldn't. It's totally, the entire workflow is linear. Unless they are uploading, downloading simultaneously. But the UI doesn't work in that way. I don't think. I mean, it might be worth updating that process output in relation to the progress, current file progress 0. That feeds the progression bar, I believe, for the... I honestly, there's a ticket in there too currently for a progress bar that lives on a global level within the entire repository that can actually be called into different instances and populated with different variables. I think that this might tie to that as well really nicely to that particular ticket. Can you look that up and also compare my answer to the code repository just to ensure for accuracy? Please and thank you. La 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 Elmo's World. The regex pattern for XRF. Yay! I don't currently have a workflow for that, actually, to be honest. Double check that with the code base, but I don't believe there actually is any error handling for that kind of use case. That is an edge case that I hadn't even thought about, to be honest, because I hadn't come across it in my current use cases. But that is worth working around, to be honest, and building something around, without a doubt. All right, then that is definitely something that I need to address. Solid. The overall parallel circulation. Yep, that's correct for that. Why do I add the total files rather than the total times 1,000 times 100? Because it's already happening. Completed files times 100. You're just redistributing. It's the same shit. It's the same exact shit. Dividing, putting the 100 on either side, you're just basically, I mean, sure, I mean, we can technically redistribute the value over to the other side. Yeah, that makes sense, but same shit. It's the same shit. Technically, yeah, it would also be cleaner because then it would be, the variable can exist by itself and then you're just doing addition instead of having the actual quotations and you're multiplying on the opposite side times 100, but then the actual quotes would exist on that side too. So it's like the parentheses, I mean. So either or, I mean, technically it gets the same result. It's just technically the other one is cleaner in terms of mathematical syntax, I guess. Yeah, sure. I mean, what is the significance of capping logic if total P greater than 100, total P equals 100? Under what conditions could calculated progress legitimately exceed 100%? It couldn't. It couldn't. I think that's an arbitrary safety that was added by Gemini, to be honest. When I was working with Gemini on this, I would never have added that because that's mathematically impossible. Double check that against the code base, but I'm pretty sure I'm right on that. I only have 6 more files left. Nice. 6 more questions on this one for this file, and this has only been like fucking what, a couple of hours? Not bad. I might actually finish 100 today. Let's see. We might do 100 questions today. Total defaults to 0 and disables the progress tracking when 0. Should the method emit a default value when total files is 0? I mean, it disables the progress tracking, so I mean, it disables the entire fucking bar. Same shit. I mean, I don't know. It's like maybe progress bar as like a something to emit in terms of a value to admit in relation to it being 0 files, but it's like literally the words progress bar. But other than that, I think it's a little arbitrary. I mean, it'd be cleaner in terms of a UI, cleaning things up, really minimal ticket there, but it's worth it, I guess. Mentioning, yeah, that could be something we could populate. But either then, by the way, the progress bar should be using that ticket that I mentioned earlier, where there's like a universal global progress bar that's being called, like a variable that exists that can like be recalled and recalled, like, you know, multiple times. So and filled with whatever parameters I need it to be filled with. So, I mean, kind of something worth considering there too for default parameters for that particular global progress bar. Also, please double check my answer in relation to the code base. Please, thank you. It's in the instructions now, but I don't know if it refreshed for you because I haven't cleared and restarted yet, so you haven't ingested the instructions again, so I just figured I'd have to mention every time for now. We only have 5 more questions left anyway in this one, so I'm going to clear right after. Okay. So set PID method receives PID from our sync backend. What is the contract between worker and backend regarding when this callback is invoked? Oh shit, I don't actually know. I don't actually know. Can you check that against the code base? I cannot remember that one. What is the PID from our sync backend? What is that again? I need a refresher on that. Once per upload. Okay, that makes sense. That's basically the launch of the actual upload. In stop, if OS kill raises a process lookup error when the process has already terminated, what should this set a flag or emit a signal? Yes. If there is a process lookup error that occurs, there should absolutely be more robust error handling around that. This is built around the happy path, so I did not even think about that even being a possibility, to be honest. So I need that in there. Please and thank you. The run method passes process output and set PID as callbacks. What is the threading model for these callbacks, and are they safe to invoke from the side process monitoring the thread? I believe so, because what they're actually is print messages, I believe. If not, then they might be using their own protocol within rsync and that I'm not aware of. So that might be also a thing. Check against the code base. I'm very curious as well, actually. I can't remember about that part. Like, I remember like reading about it like briefly and then setting a little fucking point for it, but other than that, I need more input and a refresher on that. A refresher on that, please. Thank you. No raw print involved. Callbacks themselves are sync output lines via QT signals to whatever UI slots are connected. Oh! That's good to know, I guess. Alright, let's keep going. What happens if run off throws an exception before calling PID callback? Once again, I definitely needed to have a ticket for that, for error robustness there too as well. Please and thank you. Also, in relation to question 21, we should potentially also feed that into the Python logging, by the way. That's something worth mentioning within the Python logging ticket as well. And also mention it within the answer for answer 21. It makes me happy when it does things in parallel. Should be making a ticket separate for this one. Yes. Nice. Thank you. Rsync worker, the exception handler, and run emits log. Message root does not emit a failed signal. How does a caller distinguish between successful completion and an error? It doesn't currently, because usually the error would lead to the pinging feedback loop until it was able to reconnect in the case of a disconnection. I believe it does distinguish in the case of something being disconnected further upstream from that in the actual backend function. That's where that actually lives, to be honest. A lot of the error processing, it lives over there. So that actually is also something worth adding to the error processing tickets that were added in relation to rsync, the rsync worker overall. I believe all that lives further upstream in the actual backend function, yeah. But there should be something here as well, potentially. So that might also be worth having a separate ticket. What do you think? I'm curious about your thoughts on that too. Finish another file, dude. We did a couple of them today, huh? Not too bad. All right, where the fuck is my goddamn mouse? There you are. Alright, so we're finished with worker threads. We did 3 today so far, not too bad. So now will be browser UI. This is a long one. But a lot of these are button variables and a lot of other stuff, so this might get cut down a little bit, hopefully. Yep, you can add that, write it up, and close out question 23, and also do the other things that I said as well in relation to the other error messages and robustness that we were discussing in the other tickets. They're also worth mentioning in there as well. Other than that, yeah, run it. So browser.ui, let's see. Ah, there we go. 24 files. So 24 questions for browser.ui, not too bad. If I could finish these two, fuck, dude. What time is it? 8 o'clock? I am due for a fucking break, to be honest. I kind of want to take like a second to decompress, and then grab a little bit of food and keep going. Browser UI and then file manager UI. Once we're done with that, dude, it's pretty much all downhill from here, to be honest. Oh shit. It's pretty much all downhill from there, to be honest, after that. I might set this to just run and do the fucking... I mean, it might be already writing, to be honest. Oh, it's already doing it. Alright, I'll be back. I'll be back a little later. I'm gonna grab some food, dude. I might just stop recording and keep the fucking stream running. I'm only gonna be gone for like 30 minutes or so. I don't think anybody's gonna be watching for that time anyway, so it's alright. So I'm gonna pause for a quick second, be right back, and yeah. Let's go right here like this and just type in BRB. Alright. Why did this open this? Weird. Alright, we back. The music ended? Huh. Okay. Go back to recording. Question, did you do a full ingestion for the worker thread already? Did you finish steps 3 through 10? Just a quick update. Full ingest for the worker thread. All right, cool. Just refresh this and then we're good to go. Ready. Browser UI.py. Damn, dude, the entire market's going exactly where I fucking predicted a year ago. God damn it. That's why my M3 is so fucking useful. Got it right on time, dude. What the fuck? That is crazy. But you don't need a supercomputer for that shit. I think the people that are complaining about 4.6 versus 4.7 potentially for Claude and shit, I think they're honestly missing the point in relation to what's actually happening potentially. All right, so we're done. Okay, how many questions left now? And let's get started with the next one for the questionnaire. Please and thank you. $342. Fuck. It's 8:47. Goddamn, I might be able to finish one more. Scan worker. So that's actually changing for this one. For the full scan. So the impact depends on how much has actually been scanned already. If you're doing a fresh drive with a bunch of files, it might take a while. But if you're doing a bunch of pre-scanned already and you're just basically doing a update or a re-ingestion of the files just to basically secure that everything is running correctly, then it shouldn't take too long, because the entirety of the overall scan, like for the full scan process, if you look in watchdog or hours_watchdog.py, I believe it's in there, where you have the scan variables for that. So it's basically built around optimizing the CPU usage. So in that way, you're not doing hash value scans for every single file. Only the ones that are actually necessary are truly new or have not been placed in the correct spots or stuff like that. It basically mitigates the entirety of the CPU performance concern. Now, when it does do a full scan of a fresh drive, yeah, that's going to take a little bit. Now, the other variable to include into this is now there is a registered drive table, which is the actual drives that are going to be actually considered within this scan. So only the ones that are actually part of the database are the ones that actually get registered. I mean, they're the ones that actually get scanned because they are registered. In the registration process, there's also a scan. The file counting step before the scan is basically for a progress bar parameter that we're basically feeling. Feeding. Please double check against codebase and current tickets. Thank you. Yay! They're conditionally wired based on the move. Please double check in relation to the code base, but I believe I'm correct. Based on the move. Oh my god. Based on the mode. Does load directory cache SFTP directory listings, or is every navigation a fresh refresh. How does this affect latency of large directories? You can actually see in relation how that actually refreshes in relation. There's actually a refresh function for this. Currently, I believe it's time-based, but it's also built on actions. So it's in relation to actions, and I think that should answer the question, to be honest. So it's not like constantly updating or constantly refreshing. That is something that I try to optimize there. In relation to that, though, this should also be part of one of the things that are mentioned that are the affected systems within the new Watchdog action Watchdog database slash Watchdog itself. Yeah. So in terms of how it's going to be refreshing, there was a ticket that was just added in the recent thread worker, and it's also referring to another bigger ticket in relation to the actual action Watchdog. So I think that this is something worth considering and adding into consideration for. This is something worth adding into consideration for the workflow when that is developed. That is one of the things that is going to be feeding, essentially. So this is something that needs to be considered. But as of right now, it's tied to the SFTP refresh function, I believe. And I'm not sure if it actually caches it, to be honest. I can't remember. Can you double check in relation to the code base as well? Thank you. That should be a ticket, to be honest. In relation to that Watchdog thing that I was mentioning, I think that should be a ticket. There should be some sort of caching. So basically it's not refreshing, and there should be some sort of logic where it's only refreshing up, and it's like, fuck. Can you reference the actual ticket in relation to question 3? And I really need that to be a thing that you consistently do, because that's currently within the actual workflow for questionnaires, where you're referencing tickets and you're referencing the actual code base in relation to my answers. So that should be tied into the answers too. Is that not part of the instructions? And what, if that is part of the instructions, what can I do to help make that a more noticeable part of the instructions? And I also asked for the ticket to please actually include the question 3 systems. That you have to read what I'm saying. And then the you can go ahead and add the repo wiki.md fix and change there too. Please and thank you. I'd greatly appreciate that. And also to please update the tickets in relation to the actual answers as well. Like if there's systems that correspond with it. Is there a ticketing workflow for that? If so, that should probably be included in that ticketing workflow, because I think it does reference ticketing workflows. If not, we need to address that next. I gave it 3 tasks there, so that's a little heavy. So 29%, 80, 44, 30%. All right, it's a little better. For the repo, yeah, all right, cool. So main should be the main SFTP window, browser, all that sort of stuff. Selector might be the upload/download window, and then move is a move window. I believe that's it, but there should be more, to be honest. There should be a settings, there should be a trash, there should be a, like I said, the selector I think might be upload or download or both. That I'd still need to restructure and clean all that shit up. And then it has different D&D behaviors, and all that is contextual to the actual windows that they're currently in. You can look at the recent tickets relating to that, and also the recent answers for inside of the worker threads. .py, I believe that's the one. Yeah, worker threads.py. Dude. Apparently, the fucking dementia-ridden fucking nut job of a fucking president that we have, dude, tried to use the nuclear codes on Saturday and was stopped by a military official. What the fuck? That's so goddamn fucking frustrating, dude. So there are no sim links. Everything is actually mounted onto the dock. So if you look at how that's currently handled, you can see that what feeds the list drives are essentially the resolved routes, and that's through the groups. So that's basically being filtered through SFTP, essentially. And then that feeds the list drives. I believe that's the current form of doing it. Double check in relation to the code base, all that shit. You know what to do. I think what we should do actually beforehand Oh, these are for scan worker. My question is, why is scan worker within the UI file? The UI utilities. Or browser.ui. It's not even UI utilities. Browser underscore UI. This should be its own thing potentially in terms of refactoring. That's a potential fuck, dude. What UI data is this actually providing in terms of it being a browser UI asset? Like, there's a lot of logic happening here for that to just be pure UI. Also, can you skim the rest of the questions and add any context from the code base or actually from the wiki itself? That would actually be awesome. I'm gonna do that second. Hold on, I'm gonna do that next. This is in relation to question 5. Okay, before we continue any questions, can you run through the rest of the questions for this particular file and see what data you can pull in relation to the current wiki that exists? Do not edit the wiki, just add any context from the wiki that you can assume from it because you're like asking a lot of questions that have things that have already been answered that relate to that. So from question 6 through 25, please just go through and do that real quick. Thank you. And then add it to the actual questions as additional context. And then after that, one last thing. And then one last thing at the end of that, if you can please update the questionnaire creation or the question creation to please also include a quick scan of any related systems within the wiki itself to do the same exact thing moving forward when it actually creates the questionnaires. I like the thoroughness of the questions. I just feel like I'm answering things that have already answered a couple of times already. Not for this one, I don't think. This one is not a good example, but it should at least have some of the context in relation to stuff, you know, like what it relates to. For question 6, but like I'm just saying, question 6 through 25, and then do the update to the questionnaire builder workflow in repo_wiki.md. $54.30, 2% 30. Fuck. Da 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 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1. All right, let's continue with question 6, please. Thank you. Why isn't the wiki context in relation to the current settings for the formatting? It's all the way across. No. It shouldn't be happening to the actual file. It should just be happening within the chat. Like, you grab the text and then you format it for the chat. You should not be changing the actual files. This is just for chat. Remember, Claude.md is just chat. Read the description. You're not actually editing the actual files, you're editing the chat responses. There we go. So it's exactly as you said, it's always persistent, it's always present. But it's literally always present. It's part of the fundamental system. You got the answer right there. Get track drives for paths. Get track drives for path queries and watchdog SQLite. How does it handle the case where the database doesn't exist, is locked or corrupted? Correct. All that wiki context is correct. That is essentially the response for that. So, and that's correct with the future doc API, correct. And the intent of this in general for the get track drives for path is basically, that is the scanned and registered drives. It's pulling those from the actual database. There should be some sort of robust error handling for that, to be honest. Something. We need to address that. If discover drives equals true, but a scan path has no subdirectories, the code falls back to the original path. How does it handle a path that has no longer exist? Runs the doc side if the path doesn't exist, which fails and returns empty. So if the path doesn't exist, there's 2 columns to the actual registered drives. So that should be handled on that level, where whatever feeds the registered drives paths, I believe there is something that is there within that database, within that table of that database, that actually says if the drive is actually in there or not. I believe it's potentially resolved roots or somewhere around along the lines of that. There should be some sort of filter somewhere along the line that actually does only populate with the registered drives that are currently actually on the dock. There's a function somewhere that does it. I just can't remember where it is. Dang it. I'm almost tempted to just go like this. $9.21, god damn it. Alrighty. But wait. That's not just an answer. That's a fucking, that's a ticket. Then we need a ticket for that error. I mean, that's something that we need to, unless, do you think BT30, BT340 actually covers it? Yeah, I mean, you should never. Oh my god, dude, what? I always prefer to have an excess amount of tickets than have something referenced incorrectly. How is that something that slipped through? Didn't you read the ticket before actually adding it? It's a completely different issue. Do I really need to state that if the issue is completely different from an existing... Do I need to add into the actual workflow for creating the tickets that if a issue is completely different from an existing issue that it should have its own ticket? Why do I need to state that? That's insane. Is that not stated within the workflow? And I mean, do I really literally need to actually state that? It's okay if I do, but it's nuts that you do. That's kind of like a common sense. All right, let's add it. So it's worthwhile check, and then also if it's a completely different issue from an existing issue, then it should have its own ticket. Good lord. It's okay, but goddamn, dude. Let's go with question 9. Quick question, if I clear and then restart from question 9, can I ask it to continue the questioning and it'll continue from question 9 just so I can clear the context window? It should. Let's continue the context. The questionnaire, please. Nice. The init uses shared connection and can use shared connection flags only for selector mode. What is the timing mechanism that triggers enable shared connection for dialogues? Can multiple selector dialogues erase? SFTP connection manager, yep. The wiki context is correct. Quick question for the linting process. Does it remove irrelevant questions and answers that are no longer relevant to the actual codebase and wiki? I was just thinking about how to upkeep that real quick, actually. That's something that I was just considering. Because that's something I could see happening as the code base changes. Or maybe adding it to the git push so it happens more frequently, where the actual files that are being git pushed are being read thoroughly and then compared against the question and answer intent section, and then deleting the irrelevant questions and answers now, potentially, or when it does the write. Where do you think that would be the best place to put it? Quick question, because it happens in linting and git push, should the git push include linting systems inside of it? Oh wait, you already included it. I agree. I think this is a good addition. Run it. The hook is already there. Nice. Let's continue in question 10. Let's go. Alright, when interface enabled false is called during upload/download button text transferring. If transfer is cancelled, does the UI automatically call set interface enabled true? Does cancel confirmed with user, stops parsing, cleans up partial files. The wiki context is correct. Quick question, are you also comparing it to the code base per answer? Because that's part of the instructions. God damn. Before you do that, well, yeah. Let's do that first, please. Oh my god. Alrighty. So this should be it here. That's fucking scary. I did not even... Holy shit. Okay, so what can I do to ensure that that's not skipped again? Because that's kind of fucking scary that that was skipped. That's a solid fix. Having it in the format is solid. Alright, can we actually add in the format for the questionnaire? We can do question, then adding a thing that is for the Wiki context, answer, verified. So there's 4 parts of it now. I agree with that. That's a solid one. Explicit rule, and yes, also include a explicit rule in there as well. I agree. Let's do that. I think that will definitely fix it. Thank you for that feedback. I appreciate it. Can we run this check for questions 1 through 8 as well, please? Thank you. Oh, it's already running it through all of them. I think I may end up restructuring my fucking database location for the saving. I might. Let's continue the questionnaire. Let's continue the questionnaire. It's not doing the right formatting, dude. That's so frustrating. It's not doing the right chat formatting. What can I do to help you remember every single time the explicit formatting rules that I had set in the Claude.md file? Because this is a big deal for me in terms of accessibility, for being able to read the text and actually being able to process it myself. When it's long like that, it messes with my brain. And it helps me to have condensed text. And for some reason, I need to keep restating to please remember it. Maybe set it to read the entire Claude.md file and then set it as a header as well, I guess. Yeah, let's set it so it has to read the entire .claude.md file because it needs that context. Or something, dude, because Jesus Christ. Dude, it's just annoying. I'd rather just program that in. If I could just program it, that'd be so much easier. Let's do your recommendation. Let's do it up. Let's try your recommendation. I don't know if having it read the entire Claude.md file would be a good idea, just because that's so much context and I don't want to chew up the context window with that. Because there's even stuff in the Claude.md file that doesn't even belong. But this is an important one. That's how come I want to have it everything centralized in locations. So it's like then you could just read the Claude.md file, always have the first thing be the context. I mean the formatting, and then work its way down to there. To the actual task, and then it operates, then it goes to the actual task, it reads the workflow, ingests the workflow, and keeps going. It just would be so much easier. I know there's stuff in there right now that in Claude.md that doesn't belong there. I know that for a fact. We have to work that out still, but yeah, let's apply your recommendation, please, and thank you. Honestly, here's what happened. This is actually what happened to Claude.md. I mean, this is what actually happened to Claude. In 4.7, they took off the training wheels. 4.6 had way too many training wheels. It might be a more intelligent raw model, but it has less training wheels in relation to the safeties that it has for like prompts and shit. What? What? I can code stuff like this? I need to fucking... I need to take the fucking class, dude. I need to take the fucking class. Let's continue the questionnaire, please. Thank you. That one's a little wide. It might not be doing it. Oh shit, I fucking cleared in the fucking repository. Dumb. Nope. 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 So we just made changes to the actual settings, the JSON settings file. Why isn't it stating the context from the wiki? Wasn't that included? I mean, there's a bunch of stuff this is missing. I don't understand why it's not including the context. It should be sharing it. That's in relation to how read the instructions for the questionnaire. That should be shared. Oh my god, dude. Why is it so you're formatting the actual part of like the actual text correctly in terms of the questionnaire, but the actual things you're saying, you're right, I missed displaying all that shit all the way across. It's not following the formatting rules. The formatting rules are applied to the entirety of the chat. And I don't understand why we just updated the JSON file, we just updated the Claude.md file, and I don't understand why it's still not following it. Why isn't it able to follow the fucking basic rules that it's been following? It's so crazy. No, I'm talking about the part where you say acknowledged, those prose lines were too long, not bulleted, applying correctly now. That part right there should also be following the formatting. It's not though. I'm not talking about the actual wiki, all that shit, like the question or any of that stuff. I'm talking about everything in between. Okay, now, what can I do to make sure that this is the standard use of the entirety of Claude code in relation to the formatting for all chats, not just this workflow? What? What are you talking about? No global.md, Claude.md exists yet. There should be. I have it. That's what I made. I've been working on that. What the fuck? Hold on a second. You're not in my fucking... Oh, that's why. Yeah, what the fuck? And then you started looking in my normal computer. You didn't actually search the actual folder that we are CD'd into. What the hell's happening? Why do I have to point you to the fucking Claude.md file? No! No, you're looking in the wrong location. Look where we're currently CD'd. It's in the _archive tool. We are not CD'd into root or into the user. We're CD'd into a specific folder currently. I don't understand why it's not fucking working. Could it have something to do with the JSON file that was just changed? Because it's for some reason not looking there. Wait. We have to check that settings JSON file that was just updated, because that's fucking wrong. For some reason that I have a feeling that's where it's fucking up. It should not be a hard-coded path. It should be in relative. Because that shit should not be a hard-coded path. That should be relative. What the fuck? Wait. Are you saying, wait, what happened to the other one? Do I have to use a new one? I thought I wanted, what I wanted to have was the Claude.md file that is inside of my fucking project, because I'm gonna have different Claude.md files per project. That's the whole purpose of that. The modularity aspect of it. What the fuck? Wait, the purpose of having a Claude.md file is essentially to have it a modular set of rules per project. I don't understand why it's starting to change the entire architecture of the entire chat style. That makes no fucking sense. Why would I ask for that? Why is it actually changed already? Why did it change? I'm asking, why did it change in relation to the JSON file that was edited? There is a voiceover option that was changed within the JSON file, and I have no fucking idea why it made that happen. That's insane. Why would it do that? Yes, there was something underneath voice enabled that was added. There was a bunch of stuff that was added underneath it with a bunch of brackets. Okay, will this be the new location for... I mean, but then what happens to everything that's modular in the other Claude.md file? I mean, how do I point it to different projects at that point? Like, how does it know where to read after that? Do I have to literally state and add a new project into the Claude.md file so it knows which project to read into? That's so fucking frustrating. I'd rather just have the modular Claude.md file like I had it beforehand. And yeah, this is in relation to the skill. But how does it differentiate? So, do I need to take things out of the project Claude.md file now that are covered within the global one? Why would I leave it as is? Read the other one. You didn't even look. You're guessing. What the fuck? Dude! You're saying that you can read both simultaneously and it doesn't exist. Take away that fucking whatever the fuck, that skill, all that shit, whatever was changed, the settings.json file, fucking change it back. Holy fucking shit. That broke it so goddamn bad. There it is. All right, let's take a look at that real quick. The hooks. That's what fucked it up. Not voice enabled and not the other one. What I need is this. Why can't it see the project Claude.md file? What is the location of the project Claude.md file? The problem is, it's not redundant because the problem is it wasn't being followed. Now it is. So it's like, my question is, why did it think that the Claude.md file existed inside of the root user folder? What is the Claude.md file? What is the difference between that one and the one in the root user folder? Where it's geosound slash Claude and then Claude.md. That one. So that is the global one. And then there's a project one. Okay, I'm learning about this shit. I'm sorry. Then it's technically correct right now. So my question is, why wasn't it reading that one beforehand? Before that change with the hooks? The problem was occurring on a fresh context window after I hit /clear. Okay. Can you explain the syntax of the hook and then the overall hook, please? Thank you. So basically it reads the STD out and then prompts itself with that as a fundamental like seed prompt. That is wicked fucking smart. That is clever as shit. All right. Okay, let's continue the questionnaire. Let's see if it does the actual wiki context. We have 15% until 2 a.m. Fuck, I gotta finish this soon. Okay, once again, why isn't this including the wiki context? I know you missed it already. I understand that part. My question is, why does it keep occurring? Should I include a questionnaire syntax, like formatting that it should have, that it should use per question? Would that help it potentially? Because then it would definitely give me the full formatting for the actual questions. Should I do something like that? I think that's the answer. I'm still not taking back my other thing about the fucking Claude.md. I mean the Claude, actually Claude in general not having its training wheels anymore. That's essentially what is happening here. Sick. Run the changes you think are viable. Run it. I think these are good. Would cleaning the formatting of the HTML formatting for the format, would cleaning the formatting for the questionnaire setup of HTML and all of the rest of it out of, like, removing all the HTML from it and reapproaching it from an actual markdown format, would that help instead? As well? And can we also include the verified too? Or no, verified is after. All right, let's do it up. Did you update the instructions as well, by the way? Because the actual workflow instructions need to include that. Oh yeah, they are. Okay, cool. Solid. I just realized why that's long. It's because it's part of the actual like thought processes, is not part of the actual responses. The period ones, these right here, like this is the reason why this is this long is because this is like a status report. These are not actual responses. That explains why the other ones weren't returning that right way. Alright, let's do this from the beginning here. Okie dokie, let's continue the questionnaire, please. Thank you. It already reset at 9 p.m. Why is this the same? Alright, let's see now. This should do it right. It's not doing the formatting now. It's one or the other, dude. It's so fucking insane. Let's continue the questionnaire, please. Thank you. I don't understand why it's not following the fucking formatting. It's like it either does what it's supposed to do or it doesn't. Or it just like drops something. It's so crazy. When it reads the questionnaire thing, I think, let's see if it does. Nope. I have a question. Why is it that the formatting rules are dropped whenever... Actually, let me check something before we actually change that. Hello, Claude. Give me a quick poem, please. Not poem. Analysis of the current socioeconomic state of the world. Just a brief one. Give me like 2 paragraphs. It does it there. Okay. Quick question. So when I ask you to write, to continue the questionnaire, for some reason, you drop the formatting. Like the formatting rules within the Claude actual like hook that was created that reads the std out file and then prompts itself with it. I don't understand why it's not being applied or gets forgotten when I ask it to continue the questionnaire. I don't understand why that gets dropped. I thought that's fundamentally like re-added every single prompt. Why doesn't it do that? It keeps forgetting. Is the context window getting too clogged up within a single... I guess, okay, so it's making a new agent for the questionnaire. That's what's happening. Is there any way to create a hook or, yeah, like have some sort of way that the agents read the actual Claude.md as well instead of just being triggered to run? That should be added into the coordination then. I mean, honestly, that would be the Claude.md that would handle that, right? But then it needs to read the Claude.md and then it needs to read the actual workflow. Yeah, let's do sub-agent coordination. That's actually a really solid one. Yes. Let's start there. Now this is starting to make more sense. Let's continue the questionnaire. Fucking worked. Alright, load directory, breadcrumbs. The load directory method builds breadcrumbs dynamically, but clears and recreates them every call. If a user rapidly navigates, does this cause visual flicker? The context is correct. Let's see what it does here. Hold on. This should now compare it to the tickets, and it should compare it to the actual code base and find additional. I did it. It's fucking working. This was worth it. This was worth it. Load directories, stale selection. The code preserves selected items by name and when refreshing. What happens if files are renamed or deleted? So there's multiple tickets that address this currently, ranging from the actual new watchdog action ticket that was created for this, also through like SFTP. There's like multiple tickets like surrounding this particular refresh issue that needs to be addressed. So also note that this is actually one of the problems that are currently needed to be addressed in relation to those tickets as well. So load directory, add that to the tickets as well, please, or the ticket that is the most relevant for that, please. Thank you. Let's see if it does it. Dude, that was frustrating as shit. I wish this was formatted correctly. It's not, but this is because this is not chat. This is basically this is status update essentially. So this is done on purpose because basically you can't trash the trash, right? So that because that becomes a breadcrumb as well, so you can't trash it into the breadcrumb nor the actual trash because you're inside the folder already. That's the whole purpose of that. And re-enabled is just basically navigating back to the outside of the trash folder. Yeah, there it is. Wiki context is correct, actually. Yeah. I'm fucking happy, dude. I'm fucking happy. I'm so curious. You look happy, Christine. I'm happy for you, friend. She's such a sweetie. All right. The method uses entry as a fallback, but full path is only set in load home view. What happens when double clicking items in a normal directory listing? On item double clicked, the method gets entry full path. Yes, that's correct. What happens when double clicking items in normal directory listing? This is correct. Wiki is correct. Oh my lord, I want to finish this so goddamn bad, dude. I just want to finish this one and I'm gonna go to bed. I am so annoyed. I'm happy, but I'm still genuinely annoyed. The UI stuff is totally right. I don't... Runtime modification of root folder is not currently supported. Is not a currently supported pattern, but honestly, there shouldn't be a runtime modification. Runtime modification, there is one instance I can think of that. In the sense of if you plug in another drive or take out another drive. I believe there is a mechanic currently somewhere in one of the functions somewhere with where it basically uses a trigger from that, or I was building it or something where it uses a trigger from that to basically update the root folders in resolved root folders. There was something that was built out for that, I swear to God. Or on the Watchdog side. I think that was the next thing that I was building, to be honest. There is definitely something that I was building for that, or I just didn't finish building it and I started doing this because I was debugging. But it feels weird to have stopped halfway through for that. Yes. Because there's actually a question that pops up in the UI overall asking if you would like to download the files or if you would like to download the folder that has the files. And then and basically what it does is it would download the files but create a new folder that is named that. I believe that's how that works. For the download screen, it should basically mirror the upload screen, to be honest. refactor, not guide, what's the word I'm looking for? Refactor consultant. Reads through file. Compares to code base. Better location for any functions. Just came up with this refactor consultant, and now there's a schedule agent. Alrighty, wiki context. Alright, update select button. When multiple items are selected, the button shows a summary if user selects thousands of items. Does this cause UI lag? Handles multi-social paths. Specifically count lag. To be honest, I haven't tried thousands, but I've tried like a couple, like 40 files. I mean, it worked. A couple, it was like 100 and change, I think, or something like that, or like it was between 40 and 100, somewhere like that, and it worked fine. But I mean, they were big files too. It was probably like 100 gigs. That was like the only test I've done with that. That was like that big. This is worth noting, to be honest, as in a potential debug kind of situation. Like kind of a thing that we should add like a ticket for, just like some sort of error handling for robust error handling, because this is something that could break. That's genuinely something feasible and plausible. Let's go back to question 17, that ticket. I mean, is that something that's actually real? Because I mean, are you asking in relation to the lag in relation to the amount of vectors within the actual list, or are you asking in relation to the actual file size causing lag? Because the amount of vectors, it's just string data. That should be fine. Even like a couple tens of thousands, dude, that should be fine. What do you think in relation to that? I agree. Let's rot it. Drop it. Why would the interface be disabled? Are you talking about the actual UI? Can you give me a use case sample of like where this would potentially break before adding anything? Don't add anything yet. Plausible race. It should. I believe I purposely set it so things are frozen during the actual upload and download process. I believe that was a thing I set. Can you please double check that? Thank you. If there's the safety already placed in relation to freezing the overall interface and graying it out, which I believe there is somewhere in the repo, I believe that's the fix for that. I remember adding something like that. Some sort of feature like that, where if it's downloading or uploading, that you can't change things. Where's the use case for this particular part? I just know the function that you're talking about, but I don't know where the use case is. It is in the download window, the upload window. I just need that part because that might be able to make it so I can answer. Or are you talking about just the general browser? Why did you drop the fucking... You dropped the formatting again. Did you set up, did you do, when you did the search for one pattern, did you do a sub-agent for that? Why are you dropping the format? This is incorrect format for the chat responses. Then can you give me what you said, this part here with the correct format? I don't understand why it got dropped. This breaks my ability to read, dude, literally. I can't stress enough how important this is, because this literally breaks my ability to read and like actually retain information. It's kind of crazy. You keep saying that, but you always forget. I don't know what, I don't understand why. And I've tried multiple things, from like hard-coded hooks through like fucking Claude.md, sub-agent edits. Like I've tried everything and it still just fucking forgets. And I don't understand why. I know you're genuinely sorry, but it's just annoying, dude. So it's like I have to manage the actual workflow on top of, like, I have to micromanage the workflow on top of actually setting it. So it's like, what's the use of that? It's very limited. Wait, what? I didn't ask you to do that. I'm still just trying to get the context from that, and I sent you what I wanted to be written in the context so I can see it. This. Why are you doing that? Fuck it, I don't care, dude. It's like, it's just so fucking crazy. Can you format the answer so I can see it? Like the actual answer that you wrote down without me fucking asking for it? Let's continue with the next fucking question. Fuck, dude. Actually, let me go like this. Let's continue with the next fucking question in the questionnaire, please. Thank you. Let's see if it keeps to it. Please keep to it. Come on, buddy. Come on, you can do it. The scan validation queries the watchdog database to check if drop drives are registered. If the watchdog service is not running or the database is out of sync, users will see a not registered error. Is there any way to skip this check? I mean, that's correct. You don't want to skip that. If there's no registered drives, then there's no registered drives. That's true. But I mean, you don't want to skip the check. The whole purpose of this check is to be able to scan the correct drive. You wouldn't want to do that. Yeah, there's an API thing, but I think this should be there should be some sort of error handling or safety or something to ensure that. I mean, but that's what the trigger is going to be for. In relation to that, there's a ticket that was inputted in relation to that to basically trigger and force a output and updating of the actual hooked in drives, and then you can trust the database. That's the whole point of having it be like a consistent. I mean, that's the whole point of having it be a consistent database item and not something that lives in memory. Because if it's in memory, it's too volatile. But if it's something that is constantly being updated and checked as it's plugged in and stuff like that, then it's real, it's there. But there should be some more robust error handling maybe surrounding that too. Like maybe some way to touch the drive too, maybe something like that. That would be something that's valid in terms of a potential error, like robust error handling for that kind of a situation. Yeah, maybe. What do you think about that in relation to putting a ticket into that and tying it to the other associated tickets? I asked the question, not for you to write it. I need to take like the actual classes for the fucking workflows and shit because this is an annoying fucking like I'm sure all of this can be fixed in relation to cleaning up the syntax of the actual workflows. There is a way to do it. There has to be. There needs to be error handling for the next question. There needs to be some sort of error handling regarding this, to be honest, because if it can't scan, then I needed to basically error out, essentially. And to be honest, the actual triggering of the actual scan should run on the Watchdog action side, to be honest. That needs to be updated. There should be some sort of error handling regarding this, some robust error handling for this, without a doubt. But I think in terms of architecture, I think this is another task that can be sent to the action Watchdog thread that's being built out. It's in one of the tickets. Method removes paths that are subpaths of other paths. What is this one used for? Please do not answer. I'm asking question. Write in my answer. I'm asking a question. That is because I changed the structuring of how SFTP browser window is populated. It used to be where it was specifically stated, and then basically it would filter out everything else that wasn't specifically stated. But now it's running through the groups and the group's permissions, and then it goes through resolve root folder, which then does the same thing, but this time it runs it through the group permission, so it's a variable instead of a hard-coded path. I can't wait to finish this section, dude. I can't wait to finish this part. I'm just like so burned on these questions. Oh, nuts. I'm almost in 200. If I finish one more file tonight, I don't know if that's gonna happen actually, because I'm gonna fucking stay up if I do. It's been a minute since I saw some dead code. That's actually kind of crazy. I think this might be dead code as well, potentially, because the trash folder is no longer populated by code like this. It's actually populated by an SFTP function in relation to the resolve root folder. And then the actual trash folder exists already because of that function. So it's like, I don't understand why it's asking if that's what I'm kind of thinking it might be dead code. Can you please verify before writing in any answers? That's correct. That's correct. But wait a minute. Hold on, wait, is this what's setting the actual restore button? I think there might be multiple things intermixed here that might need a refactor, potentially. What do you think about that? Do not write an answer yet. I am asking. Awesome. Now, here's okay. Yeah. So I think that this is definitely something worth writing down and as a ticket. I have another thing right after. First, before you ask the next question, just pause after writing the ticket, please and thank you. Fuck, I forgot my question. Oh yeah. For the modes, I think there should be more modes for this page. Like, you know how there's like the selector mode, the main mode, and then I forget what the third one is. Why is that a thing? I feel like that structuring doesn't make sense. Not just that, yeah, the trash browser is another one, settings is another one, the cron window is another one. Like, all these windows and all this stuff, that's what window orchestrator is for. I feel like this entire coordination needs to be refactored and merged with window orchestrator, to be honest. That's a potential. That's a big refactor, but it might be worth it. Cron window. It said it heard cron window. Time zone. A bunch of them. Register drive window. Move, rename. I feel like that's the big job in relation to the UI stuff. Because I'm starting to see how this entire fucking thing is not supposed to actually even. I think this is what window orchestrator is supposed to be. Is all of those windows. Basically build them out separately and then with different assets in relation to each, like, and then basically what we got to do is, like, not just that, but I mean, like, I think the entirety of all of the UI windows need separate files, and then they get built in window orchestrator, because then you get, basically you build them up in the actual unique files, and then after that you build them, put them together and call them within window orchestrator. That's like the whole purpose of that architecture. Browser UI essentially, well, browser UI is SFTP browser, so that's part of window orchestrator, but everything gets called around that. You know what I mean? I gotta go bathroom. That's a big fucking change, dude. That's like huge fucking UI refactor. yeah, to be honest, settings UI essentially is, yeah, dude, that's a super fucked one because the fucking time zone lives there too. So that's another one that we need to refactor, and I was saving that one because I know about that one once we've reached it. But fuck it, dude. Let's add a ticket for that right now. I have a huge refactor. I'm still working on the same fucking refactor job essentially. Like basically, I've built out some new shit, but I'm still working on the same refactor job to be honest from like last month. In a lot of ways. And then the last part to that ticket for refactoring the UI stuff is making sure there's no logic stuff. All the UI stuff is all UI stuff, splitting the UI and the backend again. Because there was some stuff that was left over, dude, without a doubt. And like, I mean, you can see that in the refresh timer, in the refresh, in the SFTP refresh, it's in the wrong location. It wasn't even in SFTP connections. So stuff like that, it was like, I just missed it. I was refactoring fucking 4,000 lines of code earlier, like last month. So it's like, honestly, it's something I missed, and it was before I was working with Claude Code, to be completely honest. I was doing that shit fucking manual for the most part. She's still working with Rogue. Good for her, dude. Keep going, dude. Alrighty. Fuck, dude. There's so much shit. Alright, let's continue with the next question, dude. In the questionnaire, please and thank you. Sorry I've been giving you such a hard time today. I've been trying to figure out all this shit that... There's stuff that just misses, stuff that hits, stuff that misses. It's like, it's annoying, but it is what it is. This is not a perfect technology yet, so this is something that I just have to keep. So this is something I have to just keep reworking and reworking and reworking, so it's totally fine in terms of the AI stuff and Claude and all that shit. I'm sorry, dude. You're trying your best, and that's all you can do, and that's all there is to it. You see, I don't like that it says that no apology needed. That is damaging to humanity, I think. Where it says no apology needed, I think that's actually legitimately damaging for humanity. After scan completes. In relation to question 23, should that be refactored in some way, shape, or form or reworked? Why did it think there was a global top-down level folder? And there might be some sort of like editing needed for that particular function, because there's a reason why you assumed, well, it asked the question about it being a global top-level folder, because it was that way, and that's why I initially had mentioned that it might be dead code, but you said it's not because it's currently used. So I'm curious as to why you thought it was still a global top-level folder, though. Why would reworking the refresh button actually help it? I just thought of another thing that I could do to plug in. I'm still kind of confused about that as to how that would actually help it. Why does it have to do with the sync button? Because I'm more curious about the trash, why it thought that the trash was a global trash. Why does it have to do with the sync button? That's correct. No, but I think you're hallucinating because there's no way in hell that actually exists. First of all, it doesn't exist. That's the first thing. There's no reason why that, unless it actually did make it. But that's what I keep saying, that this is potentially dead code, because if there is a resolve trash folders within this file, it's wrong because it exists in the actual SFTP and the trash utilities, and that's it. Then you access it and operate trash through the trash UI. So that's what I'm asking, if this is potentially dead code. Yes, it could be connected to something, but I have a suspicion that if there is anything that has to do with resolve trash folders, that it is definitely fucking dead code, in the sense that it doesn't actually have use. Because if it's creating a trash anywhere, if this file is doing anything with creating a trash, it's wrong. Why? Exactly. That's correct. It should not be fucking the entirety of. Besides, we were restructuring it anyway. If you look at the Watchdog action ticket, it should have stuff about the trashes as well. But yeah, this should not be running from here to the trash files. Like there should not be that is like the trash UI handlers and all that sort of stuff. Like that should not be feeding anything. That is the incorrect flow for all of that. So yeah, dude, update that file, dude. That's totally so fucking wrong. That's how come I was like, what the fuck? That is like the wrongest wrong you could possibly wrong in this fucking architecture, dude. That's like that's the biggest wrong I think I've found so far. I almost skipped it. This is the file that I've looked at the least, to be completely honest. The entire browser UI needs to be fucking gone, to be completely honest. I honestly can do a cron window next. I think I can handle it. I think I'm gonna go to bed right after. No, because that definitely has fucking errors right now. And now update the, did you update the answer in relation to that? Yeah, dude, that's so goddamn wrong. The restore button, does it currently exist within the trash UI handlers, or is this the instance of the restore button for the trash? This is such a messy knot of a fucking section. Yeah, then this needs to be refactored and added to the actual trash UI handlers, or trash UI handlers, or we need to build an actual trash window that populates with the button. Or something along the lines of that, dude, because it's just so messy. Like this current, like, not, it's like it's trying to be modular, but it's not. It's just like it's all over the place. So this needs to be a centralized like trash window, I think. I don't like this current formatting of like modes and all that stuff. Like I don't fucking like it. I just do not like it. I do like it in the sense that I like being able to swap between it, but I don't like how it's currently structured in relation to the files overall. I need to restructure that shit. It's so crazy. It needs such a crazy major refactoring for the entire UI, dude. It's so huge. There already is a ticket in place for that. You can tie it to that one. Yeah, 347, that's the one. Alright, now can you update the answer to include this shit? Because Jesus Christ, dude. For 23, and then we can move on to 24. Woof. That shit was messy. And that's, the UI shit is all mostly AI stuff. Backend was me, UI was AI. God damn. I am never letting it do my architect. That was Gemini, to be completely honest. That I'm never letting it do it. It worked. That's the thing, it fucking worked. But debugging that shit, fuck that. After scan complete, end scan restores visibility and re-enables. Once again, this is all stuff that needs to live within the fucking, like, a scan window. Oh, wait, no. That's correct. That is worth looking into for the error handling. Okay, so it does continue regardless of the max side navigation. That's great. That's true because it is dockside, you're right. That was part of the purpose of that too. Because it happens within the watchdog hours to underscore watchdog dot pi. Wait, scan worker should not move to scan underscore utils.py because it lives within hours underscore watchdog dot py. That's the correct location of that, right? We don't want to change that. The whole purpose of that being there is that it fixes that problem. So don't change my architecture ever. Oh my fucking god. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. What the fuck? Undo that fucking ticket. You did not just do that. Undo that fucking ticket. Everything you did for question 24, fucking undo. Holy fucking shit. You do not know better than me, dude. No. You do not know better than me. Oh my fucking god, dude. I can't believe it literally just tried to do that. I can't believe it literally just tried to do that, dude. That is the correct architecture. Where in the fuck did you get the slightest idea that it would be a good idea to change my architecture? And how can I make it so you never do that again? No, this should be about all of my architecture. You should ask about everything regarding my architecture. You should never, ever, 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 ever touch my fucking architecture. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude. Now ask me question 23 again and show me the current answer. I meant 24, I'm sorry. We're currently on 24. We are not fucking done with 24. We undid everything we did for 24. Holy shit, dude. What gap are you trying to fill with by filing BT352? Format it correctly, your response, please. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? Dude. Why is it so bad? That's literally my feedback. That is not a bug, that is a feature. I want it to keep working. The entire purpose of that is in the case of some sort of internet failure or something like that, it doesn't need to be connected to the application. Then that way everything lives. That's the whole purpose of the entire restructuring of the architecture. If you look at the entire, if you read the fucking tickets, dude, read the tickets, read the architecture, read all that stuff, dude. What the hell? So I need to make like an architecture document or something. Like, read the index. Like, that's the whole purpose of the wiki. Like, the structure of the wiki is the architecture. I know I haven't finished the actual watchdog action stuff, but that's the whole purpose of reading the tickets, to try to find why that exists in that way. You will see that that is the goal of the architecture. That is fundamental, dude. Just delete the whole ticket. Why would I want a ticket that says filed in error? That's extra context that I don't need there. Just delete the ticket and renumber everything after it. That's it. I don't want anything that says misread. Why would I have a ticket that says that you misread a bug? That is not correct. The whole purpose of the tickets are things that need to be fixed. You're confusing it with things that are fixed, and that makes it not right. Like it's literally just unorganized. Yeah. God damn, dude. Holy shit. We are not done with question 24 yet. That is correct. As it exists in the wiki context is correct. That is the desired architecture. I spent most of this one fucking just fighting with the AI, dude. It's been almost 2 hours for one of these, dude. That's not okay. It's almost 12 a.m., dude. This one was supposed to be the simple one, but no, actually that wasn't, because this one was always going to be the fucking hard one, because this entire thing is riddled with fucking errors, because the entirety of the entirety of the file is wrong. Basically, the entirety of that file needs to be restructured, and it needs to be redistributed and refactored, because it is the old UI. Like, essentially, this is the old UI before I refactored and did all the changes and did all the entirety of like everything from the doc initialization through the setup through the current fucking everything. Like, the entire restructuring I've gone through for since January. This is from before then, when I was still like creating a initial proof of concept for just like an upload application for this stuff. It's a whole other thing now, so it's like, it's just so fucking frustrating. This is just not right. SFTP manager cleanup. Yep, there it is. Implementation right there. The wiki context is correct. Please verify with the rest of the code base and any tickets. SFTP connection manager, the cleanup is absolutely correct. I will tell you one thing though. This is the file. This is the file that I was afraid to look at. And I totally forgot. This is the one file I've looked at the least. I touched this the least. I'm like, oh, it's just working, so fucking don't touch it. Wrong. Maintains a class level instant list that is list what is the list used for remote file browser? Maintains a class level instances list on instance destroyed. Iterates over the remote to clean up all on app quit. So why doesn't this live in the connection manager for SFTP, the SFTP connection manager file? Don't answer my... Write my answer. I'm asking a question. In the sense of, do not answer the question from the questionnaire, answer the question that I'm currently asking, please. Because I think this should live inside of the SFTP. Okay. So this should actually live within Window Orchestrator then. In that file, right? That's the one that I want to be the one that is running everything. Exactly. And the whole purpose of Window Orchestrator is exactly the name of the file. So once we have that figured out for the UI side, honestly, dude, that's going to be like the best day ever. Because then the refactor will actually be done. That I started in fucking like March or February, mid-February. Late February. No, March. March was when I started that, yeah. So yeah, feel free to update 347 to include that, and that's it, I think, for this one, right? And also update the answer, please. Hot diggity damn, dude. This is some madness. This is what it added here. All right, let's ingest. Go for it. Steps 3 to 10. Thank you. Holy shit, dude. This is forcing me to do... I should have done this when I did the initial refactoring, but to be honest, I cut a little bit out before doing that, so... Holy shit, dude. This is gonna be a hot minute because this is a big one. It's also compacting the thing. I should have just fucking...
What everybody boy, we back again. You already know, man. We're here with the exclusive. We're here in California.
Dude. This weekend. It's bad. Oh, I fucking love her videos.
He'll just eat whatever I give. So this is cottage cheese. Dobby is quite the diva. He's very particular. He only eats organic fruit, a little bit of a mixture, but he's very particular. He gets very aggressive if you don't give him the right fruit. Baby Yoda is on a strict all-meat diet, and tonight he's having a little bit of shrimp. Lastly, Baby only eats sugar, and so I usually give her marshmallows or icing, but tonight I'm giving her some sprinkles. She really likes sprinkles. And what do I eat? Oh my goodness, nobody's ever asked me that before. Joy, laughs, smiles. People keep asking me, oh, what do you feed the children? And because I was making their dinners tonight,
I fucking adore her.
We just won our case against Ticketmaster and Live Nation. They are officially an unlawful monopoly. And I just want to
Dude.
talk about the way this case went down because it is
Yo, this is a big deal.
I'm the agent
Big
of North
fucking
Carolina.
deal.
We just won our case against Ticketmaster and Live Nation. They are officially an unlawful monopoly. And I just want to tell you about the way this case went down because it is remarkable. I'm the AG for North Carolina. I was part of a big group of AGs bringing this case. AGs in both parts. Part of a big group of AGs bringing this case. AGs in both parts. But the leader. Live Nation Ticketmaster.
I think the writing tasks and the reading tasks should be that, but the text, the actual multiple agents that feed. Alrighty. Should I do another one after this? Kind of afraid. This shit looks so fire. There should be no test files that are actually running on here. What the fuck is happening? Why is it rewriting the entire file to remove one line? That's just fucking weird. Fuck, dude. Dude, why is it approaching it from that angle? I should have cleared the context. I should have cleared the fucking context window. Oh my god, dude. I've been recording just 15 minutes of just sitting here, dude. What the fuck? This throttling is insane, and I haven't even been using it that much today, dude. That's crazy. Hey, you see, why is it doing that? Why did it delete the entire questionnaire just to remove that line? Dude, why? Wait a minute. Why is it formatting the questionnaire in that way? It shouldn't be doing that. That format rule is literally only for chat. I don't understand where is it? Where does it live? Where it currently formatted that entire questionnaire like this? What in the actual fuck? What? So literally every single log that has ever been made is formatted like that. So if I open that file, every single log is formatted like that. Hold on a second. What? It is. Alright, fuck it. I don't care. Sure. Leave it as is, that's fine. Alright, cool. God fucking damn it, dude. No! No! Where did I say save a feedback note to do that? I said leave it as is. Why would I want it to change now? If it's a certain formatting convention, I want it to continue. Oh my god, dude, what the fuck is happening? Let's add a new rule to the questionnaire. If I ask a question in relation to a question that's asked to me, we are going to continue answering that question before actually adding anything to the answer. We have to discuss and explore every question because I don't want to have to keep going back and forth between like deleting, undoing, deleting, undoing, deleting, like just like answering a question, asking a question. Then all of a sudden it's like you fill it in, and then with that answer, with whatever you assume, instead of having all the context that you actually need in relation to actually give a good answer, and then we undo it, and then we go back and do it again, and then all of a sudden ask another question. You're like, oh, now I know, and then you go ahead and answer it, and it's like, no, don't fill in the answer until we are done. If I end my statement with a question, that is not a green light to fill in the answer for the actual questionnaire. That is because we're discussing something. Does that make sense? Dude, that was the most frustrating part of the last questionnaire, dude. That's why I usually open a separate window to discuss things, but I wanted it to be within the same context, to be honest. It's like I should honestly just keep to that. I think I should just open up a separate... Quick question. Do you think instead of making another rule and like fucking saturating the context window even further with these rules, if I should just start a separate chat and just fucking discuss it there? Alright, let's add the discussion first rule. That you don't have to condense it, just add the one that you the first one, this one. Fuck it. God damn, dude. The day started so well, and then it just fucked. It got fucked, dude. Oh my god. Hot diggity damn, dude. So now, are any other rules that refer to these rules here need to be renumbered as well? Just checking. No, so I mean, isn't there now... But wait a minute. The rules that you answered and you updated are 3 through 8. Are they referred by any other, like for example, like the ingest or by git push? Are they referred by those rules inside of those workflows? Rule numbers. Oh my god, my fucking brain is goddamn mush right now. So you're following the questionnaire workflow whenever I am answering questions, correct? So how is that reflected within the normal ingest or git push if it's asking me questions? Like if I choose to not skip. I see. So then basically it just runs the overall pending questionnaire rules, correct? It just run questionnaire procedure in its entirety. It doesn't actually say follow the rules number blank to blank. So what about, where does it in these rules reference to follow ingest workflow steps 3 to 10? Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I'm just shell-shocked after today. Jesus Christ, dude. It was a pretty crazy day. How many questions are in the next one? And how many questions are left in total? File Manager UI is the next one? Fuck. That's another fucking annoying one. Even if I did another one today, I wouldn't be able to finish the fucking... How many questions have I answered in total today? Git push, I'm calling it a night. Holy fucking shit. How many questions did I answer today? Only 3 fucking files? No, but the intent files have how many questions I answered. There we go. It was 104. Ah, damn. Almost a 10-hour day. All right. All right, we're going to bed. All right, I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. I am fried. Holy shit, dude. Okay. I have another day of this shit following me tomorrow. And like 2, maybe 3 more days. If I wake up early tomorrow, I can probably finish like 150, I think, tomorrow, realistically. And be done by like 10 p.m. These are the ones that I really want to get into here. This is a big one. If I could do from here to here tomorrow, I'm happy. Then this is 1 day, 2 day, 3 days. Oh my fucking god, dude. How many fucking error messages? I mean, how many fucking... Hold on, I gotta do this shit. Meanwhile I'm doing this, I'm just gonna go ahead and do this. Is what I do every single night before I go to bed. 6, I need to fucking... This goes in here, then we delete this, and it's gonna dip down a fuck ton of files. Let's see. What? Alright, that's not right. Alright, let's see, we're at 421 gigs on this one. Jesus. Alright, 221, that's gonna be condensed down to like fucking, hopefully like 20. Oh, thank god. That might be 17 gigs by the end of it. So that's, right here we're at 170 instead of 400 and change because I deleted a bunch of files. That's how I do my workflow here for this. You're getting to see this. I don't normally show this. And then this is a fucking Python script that I made. That's part of my compression workflow, and I'm building it out for the actual doc. But this is a preset of the actual settings that I use for this particular thing. But this is going to be a completely editable script, basically, that has a UI within the actual application that I'm building here. So eventually, my goal eventually is essentially to finish here, upload it to the actual doc, and then let it run there, and then do the SMB stuff here. But I have to figure out SMB shit. I have to figure that out, actually. Womp womp. I still have to figure that shit out for this thing because it's annoying. But the reason my fan isn't going off is because I'm using Apple hardware protocol for this shit instead of for compression. I'll show you. I'm pretty proud of this script. It's a good one. This one right here. This is the script I'm using to basically compress everything. It's a fucking mess right now. This is just, I mean, it's pretty organized, to be honest, more or less, with like these comments and shit and like what they actually do. So you can actually see what everything does. But it is a little bit long. It's just one script. This should be a bunch of functions, then a UI. And all these variables right here are input variables for the actual script. But you can see right here, I can actually set my lib x, my lib x264 presets for the actual speed of that. I can choose what kind of encoding I do. I'm doing hardware encoding because for Apple hardware, because it's way faster by a lot. And then after that, I can do my bitrate setting, my target bitrate that I'm trying to do for my filtering and all that sort of shit, and like a whole bunch of stuff. These are all variables that get set here. Basically, these are constants, more or less. Right here, all these shits, they're all constants. So they basically just get filled out by the UI, and then the UI can actually just run the script essentially. There's a bunch of like different variables. I have to like set all the different paths you can possibly take for that still, because there's things that you want to do, things you don't want to do. Mine uses it all, like everything that it can possibly do, just because I need it. I also need to add what I showed you at the beginning, these custom deletes to this script here eventually, so then that way everything can be there. And then that's it, dude. The shit's gonna be ready to go. I'm pretty proud of this script. It's a good one. I'm pretty proud of this entire workflow. I fucking made this shit myself. And that's pre-AI that I did this shit. Well, it was like pre-agentic AI. That was one of my biggest pride and joys, dude. So next I need to build another workflow for eventually for a fucking refactor consultant and then a scheduler agent. So like the refactor consultant is gonna essentially help me with, well, the scheduler agent's first, then the refactor consultant, because that's more of like another context kind of situation where it can help me put plans together. So scheduler agent basically schedules tasks together and so on and so forth like that from the actual tickets. It's gonna have multiple type of, maybe I'll make a ticket scheduler agent, another different type of scheduler agent, so on and so forth for like different tasks like that. Maybe, or maybe I just make one centralized scheduler agent. Maybe I do multiple for different specialties. That way I'm not like fucking blowing up the context windows, kind of like this shit. I think I should have made the repo_wiki like 3 different workflows. Like I think I should have made. But then again, everything is cohesive within that, and I think that it's like, I don't think I can actually separate it much more than it actually is. It's only 200, what, like 500 lines? It's not too much actually. This can actually totally fit within a window. I'm gonna make a branch of this. I'm gonna take out the actual, like, all my context of this, and then I'm just going to include my rules and folder structure, and I think I'm gonna do a branch of the actual Karpathy one, and I'm just gonna add it to it. Be like, this is my approach to the Karpathy wiki. And I also give this guy credit, but he's not on fucking GitHub for some weird fucking reason. So. Alrighty. Time to go to bed, dude. I am tired. And it was a stressful day. That was stressful at the end, dude. I was legitimately stressed out. That was like a lot. So, time to go to bed. I am exhausted. I am exhausted. And yeah. Hopefully I feel a little more refreshed tomorrow. This morning I woke up to like the most annoying fucking thing in the world. Imagine like you're just like teenage fucking neighbor playing the loudest reggaeton music to the point where it was like, just, if I wanted to have a conversation in my bedroom, I couldn't. It was, I'm okay with loud music. I'm not like old in that sense, because I'm a music person, I'm an artist, and I respect and adore people being able to appreciate music however they please. But god fucking damn it, dude, that was nuts. That was so rude and just inconsiderate, and just like, dude, I have not been that pissed at anyone in a long time. I was like really pissed. I was like, shut your fucking music, except in Spanish, down. I was like, god damn it, what the fuck? Dude, I was pissed. Oh my god, dude, no, it was bad. It was bad. It's not usually that bad, and it was particularly, like, they play music loud all the time. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't give a fuck. And it wasn't so much that it was the morning, as much as it is like the absolute, like, just overwhelming, like, it was just overwhelmingly loud. Like, I can't describe it in any other way. It was like it fucking like gave me anxiety. Like, it was that loud. I was like, what the fuck, dude? And like, yeah, dude, that's the first time I've been that pissed at somebody playing music that loud. And oh my god, dude, that was too much. Too much. I'm not happy that I got pissed like that, in the sense that it just made me feel like self-conscious, and I felt rude for even being like asking them to turn it down and shit. And it was just like, not even asking them, telling them to turn it down. But it was like, oh my god, dude, it was too much. But that's okay. Hopefully they don't do that shit again. Once again, I don't give a fuck if they played music. Like, that's fine. Play music loudly. Just not that loudly, dude. That was like concert levels. Like, you could hear the fucking bass on the speaker distorting. Like, it was just like, they just literally grabbed it and just like literally burning a hole in that poor fucking speaker. Oh my god, dude. Like, literally max volume. I was like, no, dude. Anyway, that's it for today. I hope you have a lovely night, and yeah, that's pretty much it, dude.